figured out.
Thank you. I'll have to let you read it. It's fine. It has
Can't see that far.
Summit County Court of Common Pleas is now in session. The Honorable Christine Terrance presiding.
Thank you. You may be seated. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. I apologize for the short delay. We had a couple matters to attend to this morning. If you will all by a show of hands indicate to me that you have followed my admonition that I previously given you and reminded you yesterday before we adjourned. If so, raise your hand. Excellent. All 18 have indicated they have. So I want to explain one thing further. You know, you all are not allowed to have your cell phones out and be texting and doing other things. You may see counsel at table doing that. I promise you they're not playing games. They are contacting witnesses, checking on their statuses, you know, those types of things. We have some lay witnesses who don't know where the courthouse is, those kind of things. So they're just making sure that we have a lineup of witnesses ready to go so that we're not delayed too often. And I just wanted to make sure you understand that no one's intending to be disrespectful or that they're doing something other than, you know, work-related issues relating to this case. So with that, the state of Ohio is ready to proceed. You may call your first witness.
All right, the state of Ohio is going to call Tiffany to the stand.
While we're waiting, so I do have a calendar. Mr. Basic is going to copy it and pass it out to you at the end of today so that you know what our calendar is going forward. And I'll explain there's a couple changes in it, but I think you'll appreciate that there's been some flip-flopping and we may get a whole day off instead of a half day, okay? All right. Ma'am, if you'd raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Okay. Go ahead and have a seat in the witness chair, and then once you're seated, if you would please remove your mask, and then we will proceed. Thank you.
Okay, ma'am, can you please state your full name and spell your last name for the record, please? And can you spell your last name?
Gary.
Miss Gary, can you tell the jury a little bit about yourself? Are you married?
No, I am not.
Do you have any children?
Yes, I do.
How many children do you have?
4.
And what do you do for a living?
Well, as of right now, I still own my own business.
And what type of business do you have?
I take care of kids.
Take care of kids.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Now, Miss Gary, I'd like to talk to you about.
Before you go, so you can hear this fan, right? This buzzing back here. The jury is behind plexiglass, so I need you to just make sure you keep your voice up and lean into the microphone so we can make sure that we can hear your testimony, please.
Okay.
Thank you. Much better.
Thank you, Your Honor. Miss Gary, I'd like to talk to you about April of 2016, that time period, okay?
Yes.
And can you tell the jury where it was you lived in April of 2016?
678 Fultz.
678 Fultz. In what city, county, and state was that located?
Akron, Ohio. 44310, Summit County.
Now, ma'am, I'm putting up on the document or on this easel here. Can you see that?
Yes.
Okay. Now, this poster board has been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit number 12. Do you recognize this poster board or the area?
Yes, I do.
Can you tell the jury what it shows?
It shows the Fulton and the Hillcrest neighborhood.
Fultz, Hillcrest, and what do you see up
East
here?
Avenue.
All right. And does this area on this poster board, State's Exhibit number 12, fairly and accurately depict that area of the neighborhood?
Yes, it does.
Okay. In 2016?
Yes,
Okay. And tell the jury how you know that.
because I drive up and down Fulton to take my kids to school and from school, and I walk my dogs. I used to walk my dogs.
In this area?
Yes,
All right. In addition, when you look at State's Exhibit number 12, it has this house right here.
yeah, that's no longer there.
And that is, and that, what I'm pointing to State's Exhibit number 12. Can you just read that address into the record?
719 Fulton.
All right. And where is your house in relation to this? Or where was your house in relation to this?
You can't see it.
Okay. Is it further down Fultz in this direction?
Yes.
I'm showing you another poster board that's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit number 13. Can you take a minute to look at this? Let me know when you're finished. You can get up if you need to.
Can you turn that?
Oh, sure.
That's wrong. I'm sorry. There.
Okay. You turn the poster board in this direction, all right? And I have this pointer. I don't know if anybody can really see that green dot.
I just pointed to it.
All right, here you go. You can point to it. Do you recognize this map?
Yes, I do.
Tell the jury what this is.
That's the entire neighborhood.
This is the entire neighborhood. Okay, so fair and accurate depiction of the entire neighborhood of East Avenue, Fultz, Hillcrest. Fair?
Yes.
All right. Do you see where your house would have been located in 2016 on State's Exhibit number 13?
Yes.
Can you please point to the jury and tell them where your house was located? Okay. All right, so you are pointing to an area at the corner of Height and Fultz?
Right here. What
Right
the
there. What is that item there? Do you know?
is? The pool.
A pool
Yeah.
for your family?
Yes.
Okay. Is your house on the bottom part of this?
Yeah, it's like maybe 5 feet from that.
Okay.
Just out of the frame.
All right. Next, I'm going to show you another poster board. Take a minute to look at this. Let me know when you're finished.
There you go.
Okay. This has been marked as State's Exhibit number 14. Can you tell the jury what this poster board shows?
That's Hillcrest, Height, and Fultz.
Hillcrest, Height, and Fultz. Would your house have been down in this area?
Lift it up a little bit more. It would be right here.
Okay. All right. Fairly and accurately depicts that area of
Yes.
Akron. Okay. In this area, in all three of these poster boards, is that located in Summit County, City of Akron, Summit County, Ohio?
Yes.
Okay. Now, who did you live there at that residence with?
It was me and my 4 kids.
All right. And Ms. Gary, I'd like to draw your attention specifically to the night of April 18th of 2016. Do you recall that date?
I can't recall the exact date, but are you talking about the date of the fire?
Yes.
Okay.
And I'm specifically referring to the fire involving Lindell Lewis. Do you have any knowledge about that?
Yes.
Okay. Now, can you tell the jury how you learned that there was a fire going on that night?
Well, I just went to sleep, and I was like, it can't be morning yet. I was like, this is crazy. And then I heard like a series of booms. I looked at my window, which would be, I'm sorry,
That's fine.
this is hard to do this microphone. Point
Yeah,
out.
right.
So
Which one do you want to look at?
that one.
This one? Okay.
So if you look at my house, this is up on the hill. Full. I'm so sorry.
You're
y'all.
fine, you're fine. Just do the best you can.
Fultz, Hillcrest, and East Avenue is up on the hill. So my house is down at the lower part.
Down here by the pool.
Yes. So my window to my bedroom faces this way. And I was like I said, it can't be time to wake up already. It was just really bright in that window. And then you heard the booms. And I got up and I was like, what is that? And then you heard another boom. And I was like, well, that looked like a fire. So I got out my bed. I walked up the street and I seen that it was a house on fire. I couldn't tell at first which one it was. So I just went ahead and I ran up the hill. When I got up to the top of the hill, it was the whole, if I'm facing the house, it would be the left side of the house was just like up. And it was some people sitting on their porch. And then I walked a little bit closer to right there. Now I need that one. I'm
You
sorry.
need this one or,
Okay, right there.
okay? This is, well, just for the record, and I was gonna go back and go over all this.
Okay.
Where you were showing your pool and you walked up, that is State's Exhibit number 13. Is that fair in that map?
Yes, it is.
Okay, now we're gonna refer to State's Exhibit number 12 and tell the jury what you were gonna just say.
So the people was sitting on the porch just below the tree line.
Down here?
Yeah, down a little bit. So I was standing right there at the corner of this house. Because
And you're pointing to which house? This house here?
714 Fultz.
All right.
So I was standing at the corner of 17 Fultz because at that point in time, the fire was like, it was high. I seen the guy that cuts our grass. I seen him come out the basement, and as soon as he came out the basement, it was just like a beam fell down. There was hot shingles coming down. All you just seen was fire falling from the sky. And he stopped, and when he stopped and looked up at the rear point of the house, Lindell was hanging out the window, just the top portion of his chest,
He's hanging out of the window at this house?
at 719 Fultz.
Okay.
So I'm like, I'm screaming, somebody find a ladder, find something. So the guy, call him Grassman, he said, Lindell, jump out the window. He said, man, I can't get myself up. And I'm like,
Who said
wow.
that?
Grassman said that to Lindell. Why
Just let me slow down.
Mm-hmm.
Grassman said what to Lindell?
He said, jump out the window.
And what did Lindell say back?
He said, I can't get out the window.
And was he, when he was saying this, was he calm? What was his demeanor, Lindell's?
Well, it was smoke pouring out from all the way around the top of his head. So he was, can I show you?
Yeah, show us.
So this is the window. And he was kind of trying to stay down because the smoke was pouring around him. And then I screamed one more time. I said, do anybody have a ladder? I said, I'll go up there and help him get on myself. Basically, after that, all you seen was like, it looked like almost like a landslide. The shingles just started falling. So Grassman ran to the back of the yard. I looked back up.
In this area?
Right there where that green patch is, with grass.
Okay.
He ran to the back of the yard. I ran down the street. I was filming the whole time.
With what?
My phone.
Okay.
And I gave it to the fire department. This whole time, so when I looked back up, Lindell was in the window. He was nowhere to be found. And I said, oh my God.
All right. So just to go back to State's Exhibit number 13, you said that your house is down here by this, which you have identified as a pool, correct?
Yes.
Your window was facing this direction towards East Avenue, is that right?
Yes.
I'm not good with north, south, east, west.
Me neither.
So, but it's facing East Avenue.
Yes.
And you noticed a large amount of light coming from the window, fair?
Fair.
Okay. And then you went up the hill here?
Yes.
On State's Exhibit number 13? And you said you got to, are you at the corner of Hillcrest and Fultz, or are you just in front of 714 Fultz?
Right here.
Right there, okay. Right by this, where it says Fultz Street, you were right in that location?
Yeah.
Okay. First thing you see is you said the grass man comes out of 719 Fultz?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know that person's name, his real name now?
No.
Okay. If I told you his name was Thomas Hughley, would you have any reason to disagree with that?
No, as long as you can verify that.
Okay. And so you said he ran out of, how did he get out of the house? Do you know?
He came out the side door.
So is there a side door over on this side of 719 Fultz?
I don't know if y'all can see it.
Yeah, sure.
Here is a driveway. It was 2 cars parked in the driveway. And this right here is the side door. You can see it. It looked like a part of the driveway.
Okay. And you indicated then that that's when he was having the conversation with Lindell Lewis.
Yes, Lindell actually said the whole conversation. He said, I don't remember the lady's name that was taking care of him. He said, she helped me get to the bathroom, but she fell right in front of the bathroom door.
Okay. And there's smoke coming out around him.
Yes.
Did you know Mr. Lewis before this incident, before you saw him there?
No, not really. Just going up and down the street saying hello to your neighbors.
Okay. So he was a neighbor that you knew lived there.
Yes.
Did you know his name?
Yeah, Lindell.
Lindell. Okay. Ma'am, I'm showing you 3 documents that have been marked for identification purposes as States Exhibits 15, 16, and 17. I'd like you to take a minute to look through those and let me know when you're finished, and then I'll ask you some questions. Thank you, ma'am. You finished?
Yes.
Okay, you recognize these photographs?
Yes.
All right. State's Exhibit number 15, can you tell the jury what this is?
The first picture is of Lindell.
Your Honor, I'd ask, is this a fair and accurate depiction of Lindell Lewis?
Yeah.
Your Honor, I'd ask for permission to publish this document to the jury.
You may.
Okay. State's Exhibit number 16. This photograph you looked at, ma'am, is that fair?
Yes.
And can you tell the jury what this is?
That's the fire.
Okay. The fire at 719 Fultz that you saw.
Yes.
Okay. Fair and accurate depiction of the fire that you saw at 719 Fultz on April 18th of 2016.
Yeah.
Your Honor, at this time I'd ask to publish this photograph to you.
Yes. You may, sorry.
Okay. And finally, ma'am, State's Exhibit number 17, this photograph right here. Can you please describe what you see in this photograph? What does this photograph show?
It's the fire.
Okay. This is 719 Fultz after the fire has been put out. Is that fair?
That is while the fire was going.
No, she's looking at the one on the screen, you're talking about the one in your hand.
Yeah, I'm talking about this one.
Oh,
right here.
I'm
That's
sorry.
okay.
Yeah.
Can you tell the jury what this photograph shows?
Yeah, that's when the fire department got there.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time I'd ask to publish State's Exhibit number 17.
You may.
Okay, it's hard to kind of see because of the glare, but we'll do our best. Okay, now Ms. Gary, I'd ask you to look at that document camera that's next to you there.
To your right. To your right.
Then up on the document camera, I have State's Exhibit number 17, okay? Can you please point on this document camera the window that you saw Lindell Lewis hanging out of?
It's the back one right there where the ladder is.
So there's a ladder going up to it, it's in that window there.
Yeah.
That was the window that you saw Lindell Lewis hanging out of and yelling from.
Yes.
Did you know the female that he was referring to or that he was talking to?
I had only known her by her coming over. I always walked the neighborhood, so she was just over there. Of course, I waved.
Did you know her name?
I forget her name.
Okay. So you would just walk by, where were you going when you would walk by their residence?
The Circle K on East Avenue.
Now, Miss Gary, did you know the defendant in this case, Stanley Ford?
No, I can't say I really knew him.
Okay.
I just know him from watching him cut his grass and waving in the morning.
Would you see him outside when you would walk to the store?
Yeah, sometimes.
Would you ever have conversations with the defendant in this case, Stanley Ford?
No, not really.
Okay. You would just wave to him as you walked by?
Yeah, or I drove by.
Can you tell the jury if you knew, and if you don't, that's okay, of any issues that the defendant, Stanley Ford, was having with Lindell Lewis?
Yeah, they had disagreements all the time.
And how do you know that?
Again, walking the neighborhood.
And what would you see?
The last time I can truly recall was an argument between Mr. Ford and Mr. Lindell about the traffic that was going over at Lindell's house.
Okay.
And all the beer cans and stuff that just basically ruckus over at Lindell's house.
When was this in relation to the fire, if you know or remember?
This was before the fire. I can't tell you if it was right before the fire. It was just a morning when I was taking my kids home, going to take my kids to school.
You indicated that there was some ruckus at Lindell's house.
Yeah, he had a lot of traffic.
Tell the jury what you mean by that, a lot of traffic and ruckus.
They was always over there drinking.
And who is they?
Grassman, Lindell, and a whole bunch of other people.
Okay. So he had lots of friends over there.
Yes.
You said there were beer cans in the yard?
Yeah, and it was kind of unkept.
You indicated that you observed the defendant having an argument with Lindell about that?
Yeah, pretty much. I don't know how it started. I was just driving up the street. I kind of stopped because I seen Mr. Ford in his yard, and Lindell was holding his pants up on the porch, and they was just going back and forth. Basically about the neighborhood.
And what was the defendant saying? What did you hear the defendant saying? If you can remember.
I can't remember.
Okay. You indicated that Mr. Lewis was holding up his pants.
He was always holding up his pants.
Okay. Can you tell the jury how well did Mr. Lewis, Lindell Lewis, get around?
He had a hobble.
He had a hobble?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. When you saw them arguing in the street as you were driving up the street, can you tell the jury what you did?
Yeah, I just kind of stopped the car in between them. I'm like, Lindell, go back in the house. You know, I said, we all grown. Y'all grown. I said, ain't no need for none of this.
Were they both calm? Can you describe their demeanor?
They was arguing, yelling at each other.
So was it fair to say they were both angry?
Yes.
Had you ever seen them argue on prior occasions?
I wouldn't say argue, but like Mr. Ford wouldn't come out of his yard. He would just be standing in his yard, and Lindell would be over there, and you could tell that they was arguing. Because you know how, well, basically, you could tell by their faces it wasn't, amicable.
A pleasant conversation?
Yes.
Miss Gary, I'd like to go back to the night of the fire on April 18th of 2016. You indicated that you had stopped in front of 714 Fultz. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
Okay. After Mr. Lewis fell back into the window, can you tell the jury what you did next?
Basically, I was just screaming, oh my God, oh my God. So I walked kind of back down because the fire department was pulling up. And I said, the man just fell in the window. I said, please hurry up.
Who'd you say that to?
The fire department.
I'm going to show you two documents. They've been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibits number 24 and 25. Can you please take a minute to look at those? Let me know when you're finished. You finished?
I'm done.
Okay. State's Exhibit number 24, do you recognize this individual?
That's the grass man.
Okay, and you don't know him by his name, but this is the grass man
Yeah.
that you saw run out of 719 Fultz when it was on fire?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recognize this individual?
No.
Okay, you don't know this man.
Mm-mm.
This is a fair and accurate depiction of who you've described as the grass man.
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I'm going to ask to publish State's Exhibit number 24.
You may.
All right. Now, why did you call him the grass man?
I called him the grass man because that's the only time he came around is when he wanted to cut your grass.
Okay. And what would you do in exchange for him cutting his grass?
Cutting the grass, I would give him some money for cutting the grass and he would go buy beer.
Do you know if he did that with others in the neighborhood?
Yes.
Okay. How well did you know him, other than just by the grass man?
He had conversations with my kids. He was friendly.
Okay. And did you know if he lived there at 719 Fultz?
As far as I know, he stayed in the basement.
Do you know of any relationship between the defendant and the grass man?
No.
Ma'am, I'm going to show you a series of documents. They've been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit number 18 through 23. Can you take a minute to look at these? Let me know when you're finished. Are you finished, ma'am?
Yeah.
Now we're going to talk about these more in depthly, and we're going to show them to the jury. But just generally, can you tell the jury what State's Exhibit number 18 is?
That's the expressway by the house.
Okay. This is a map of the expressway by your old house.
Yeah.
Fair and accurate depiction of that area and the expressway of 77 and 76.
Yes.
Okay. These photographs, State's Exhibits number 19 through 23. Can you tell the jury what these photographs depict?
A truck at the Circle K where I walk to.
Okay, it's a truck at the Circle K that you walk to.
Yeah.
Now, Miss Gary, I'm going to show on the document camera State's Exhibit number 18. Do you see that document camera next to you?
Yes.
Okay. Now I'm just going to point to it for you so that everybody can see. Can you see my finger here?
Yes.
All right. Now, this is the area, of where your house is, right? At Fultz and Height. Is that fair as I'm pointing?
I can't see that.
In this area here?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Now, you said that you would go to a Circle K. Where is that located?
Right over here.
All right. And what road is it on?
East Avenue.
Okay. I'm pointing it to it here on the document camera. Is that the Circle K that you're speaking about?
Yeah, that looked like the Circle K because the East Ave exit is right here.
Okay. Next, I'm going to show you on the document camera, State's Exhibit number 19. You indicated that this was a truck that is at the Circle K that you would go to.
Yes.
Good. Fair and accurate depiction of that truck.
Yes, unless y'all swamped it out.
Okay. State's Exhibit number 20.
Same truck.
Same truck. State's Exhibit number 21.
Same truck.
Okay. State's Exhibit number 22.
Same truck with a person.
All right. And finally, State's Exhibit number 23. Can you tell the jury what this is?
Same truck. The man that asked for money, the guy that got out the truck, and somebody standing at the window.
All right. So this man appears to have gotten out of that truck.
Yes.
All right. Now, Miss Gary, do you know where that truck would go to or is associated with? What residence?
It's an apartment up there on Fultz.
So you've seen that truck before?
Yeah.
All right. I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit number 13. This is the map again. And you indicated that the truck, you would see the truck go to an apartment on Fultz.
Yes.
Can you please point for the jury and tell the jury what apartment complex would it go to, or apartment? Okay. And you're pointing on State's Exhibit number 13 to, it looks like a building with a brown roof.
Yes.
Okay. And just so it's clear to the jury, 719 Fultz was over in this direction.
On the
I'm
right-hand
pointing to.
side.
Right, okay. And this is where you would run to on the night of the fire, fair?
Fair.
Okay. And this is where you would see the truck located.
Yes, it's an apartment, a small apartment complex.
Do you know anything about the people that stayed there at that apartment complex?
Nope.
Okay. If I could have 1 minute, Your Honor.
Sure.
Ms. Gary, you indicated that you had seen that truck at that building with the brown roof on State's Exhibit number 13.
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Gary, how did you know that? How are you familiar with that? Like, how did you know that that truck would go to that building?
Because it was right behind, okay. First, I have to show you where everybody live at.
Okay.
You can stand up, just keep your voice up, so
Okay.
you can talk loud enough so they can hear you. You don't have to reach back to the mic.
Thank
Okay.
you, Judge.
So, this is the guy that does the cameras. He does the cameras, and he fixes all type of stuff. This is Mr. Paul's house right here. Mr. Paul lived right there. He's deaf. So, and he had dogs. So my dog will automatically go by his dog when we would go up the hill. And that was basically a drug house that had got busted.
How do you know that?
Because the sheriff, not the sheriff, maybe it could have been the sheriff, and Akron police and everything busted that right at before I moved in, and then again after I moved in, a year after I moved in.
You indicated the one house that you pointed to was Mr. Paul's house.
Yes.
Right. You said that he had a hard time hearing.
Yeah, he can't hear.
How do you know that?
Because of his dog, my dog used to try to go after his dog.
And did you try to talk to him, or did you,
Yeah, he can read minds.
you had a hard time communicating with him?
Yes.
You indicated that the one man there, or the one house there at the corner, he does cameras. What do you mean by that?
He does audio and video equipment.
Okay. Miss Gary, do you know who lives at 714 Fultz? Do you know the folks that live
No, it's the guy with a red truck,
there? Guy with the red truck.
an older gentleman.
All right. I'm showing you State's Exhibit number 25. You take a minute to look at that. Let me know when you're finished.
Finished?
Okay. Do you recognize this individual?
No.
All right. When you would see the defendants and Mr. Lewis arguing with each other,
Yeah.
was there ever a discussion about who would run or own the neighborhood?
Objection.
Overruled, you may answer.
Basically, it was Mr. Stanley's neighborhood.
And what do you mean by that?
I guess he had been.
Objection.
And don't guess. If you know, if
He-
you don't know,
He has been living there for a long time.
And by he, who are you referring to?
Mr. Ford.
Okay. And when you said that it was Mr. Stanley's neighborhood, how did you know that?
Because before I even moved there, if you look at Hillcrest Street, right there on Russell, I'm sorry, on this side of the street,
Sure.
at the corner, my cousin Mateo lived down there. So basically, I remember going over my cousin Mateo's house, and I think this is the right depiction right here. This 1374 was Mr. Stanley's mom's house.
I see. Okay. Did you ever hear him say anything about this being his neighborhood?
That one time when they was arguing and I pulled the car over, yes.
Okay. Who was he saying? And by he, who are you referring to?
Mr. Lindell.
And he was saying that to Mr. Lindell?
Yes.
Stanley was saying that.
Stanley was saying it to Lindell, yeah.
This is my neighborhood.
Yes.
Stanley say specifically about the neighborhood?
Neighborhood.
Yes. That's all he said.
Yeah. Basically, he was referring to it was his neighborhood. I can't tell you the exact words.
Okay. Judge, I don't have any other questions. Do you need any of these, Scott? Okay.
Good morning, Miss Gary.
Morning.
If you don't understand any of my questions, let me know and I'll try to rephrase them. Is that fair?
Yes.
You and I have actually spoke once before. Do you recall that?
In court the last time.
Right, and you testified in a prior proceeding, correct?
Yes.
And were you provided prior to your testimony today any transcripts of that prior testimony?
Say that one more time.
Were you given a transcript of your prior testimony in preparation for your testimony here today?
About 2 days ago, but I ain't really got to look at it.
All right, 2 days ago you met with the prosecutor's office?
No.
No? How did you come in contact with the transcript?
My daughter brought it to me.
All right. How did your daughter get it?
Somebody dropped it off.
Okay. Is that the only thing that you reviewed prior to your testimony here
Just
today?
The transcripts that I was sent in my email, but I couldn't find that. And then the transcripts that they brought to my house because I told them I couldn't find it.
So you got a transcript, but you didn't really review it, or did you read it through at least once?
Not really. No, because the same thing I'm saying is what I saw and what happened.
So if I recall, and correct me if I'm wrong, that prior to April of 2016, you had lived in that neighborhood for about 3 years, correct?
I moved in, probably about 2 or 3 years.
All right. And during that course of time that you lived there, Mr. Ford lived on Hillcrest that entire time, correct?
Hillcrest and Full Chest.
And Mr. Lindell Lewis lived at Fultz, 719 Fultz that entire time, correct?
Yes.
And during the course of the 3 years that you lived there, you saw interactions between Mr. Ford and Mr. Lewis. I believe you testified previously that it was only on 3 occasions that you witnessed arguments, correct?
That I stopped.
Well, you remember this question being asked to you?
Can we have a page, please?
Page 34.
I don't have a copy, so if someone has an extra. Thank you. I'm sorry, what page is that?
File page 34, starting at line 23.
Judge,
Yes.
I believe you need to show it to her and allow her to look at it.
Let's mark it too.
So whatever. Okay.
Now, you've had an opportunity to look at the transcript of your prior testimony, correct?
Yeah.
And in that, you were asked over the 3 years prior to April of 2016 that you had gone up and down Fultz, seen Lindell Lewis, Stanley Ford, probably saw them there 100 times, right?
Yes.
And of those 100 times you saw them, there were only 3 instances where you saw trouble or arguments, correct?
Yes.
And you said yes.
Yes.
Okay. Of the 3 arguments that you saw, you never heard any threats between anybody, correct?
No.
That is not correct, or you never did hear,
I never heard any threats.
never heard any threats. The 3 arguments that you did see, Mr. Ford never left his yard, correct?
Correct.
you were aware that prior to April of 2016, Mr. Lewis's van or his truck was set on fire, correct?
Yes, on Russell.
The intersection, or the map that you were shown. Yeah, number 18. I'm going to put back on this document, Cameron, what's previously been marked as State's Exhibit 18. Let's put it this way. That is an aerial view of your neighborhood, correct?
Yes.
And I'm going to point to the area of Fultz, Hillcrest, and Russell, where my finger is, correct?
Yes.
And I-77, I-76 run roughly about 200, 300 yards away from your neighborhood, correct?
Yes.
And that very easy access from your neighborhood to get on the highway north to Cleveland or south to Canton, correct?
Correct.
Yeah. It's a very convenient on-ramp and off-ramp, correct?
Correct.
All right. And you have seen Mr. Ford through all of your walks with your dogs and down to Circle K in his yard numerous times, correct?
Correct.
With his wife and his children, correct?
I have not seen his wife or his children. I just noticed Mr. Ford cutting his grass.
All right, I want to show you your transcript again.
Okay.
I'm going to go to page 35, line 10. It's not highlighted, page from line 10. Upon reviewing that, does that refresh your recollection about seeing Mr. Ford in his yard with his wife and his kids?
Yes, what you just showed me.
All right. And that was your prior testimony, right?
Yes.
And that was from 2020, correct?
Was that last? Yeah, last year.
Right. So now you remember not only testifying that, but do you remember seeing it?
I seen Mr. Ford. I don't know how many kids he had. I didn't know if he was married.
You testified, though, however, that you saw him in his yard.
No, read the question and the answer.
Question. You'd seen Stanley in his yard with his family, with his wife, with his children, correct? Answer. Yes. And doing the yard, correct?
Correct.
Thank you, that's all I have.
Redirect, Mr. D'Angelo.
Ms. Gary, I have one question.
Yes.
As you would travel up and down the street and you would see Lindell Lewis at his house at 719 Fultz, how often would you see him out there drinking?
Almost every day.
Out of any other questions, Judge?
Ms. Carey, you can put your mask on. You're excused. Thank you very much.
No, thank you.
And you can go out, back out this door, okay?
Mhm.
Thank you. call its next witness.
Thank you, I'll be called Rebecca Wright. September 9th. 9th. Yeah, that's what it said. Yeah, one. Thank you.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Go ahead and have a seat, Ms. Wright. And once you're seated, you can then remove your mask. And then I'll just remind you to keep your voice up and speak into the microphone too, okay?
Okay.
And then if you'll take your mask off.
Good morning, ma'am. Ms. Wright.
Morning.
You're going to look over here. I'm going to talk to you. But first of all, I want to see if we can hear you. So why don't you introduce yourself to the jury by telling us your full name?
My name is Rebecca Wright.
Okay, good. And for the court report, would you spell your last name for us, please?
W-R-I-G-H-T.
And Ms. Wright, I hate to ask a lady her age, but how old are you?
I'm 75.
All right. And where do you live?
I live at 1379 Hillcrest Street, Akron, Ohio, 44307.
And how long have you lived at that address?
40 years.
And who do you live there with currently?
My husband, Carl Wright.
All right. And in 40 years, do you have children?
We have 3 children. They're all grown up.
All right. And you raised your kids in that neighborhood. Is that fair?
Yeah, they were a little bit, they weren't like from birth there, but yes, they were raised there.
Okay. Now, I'm going to show you some diagrams here. Can you see this? First of all, this is State's Exhibit number 12. Can you see this here?
Yes.
All right. And then let me just see here. And then this is State's Exhibit number 13, okay? I'm just going to show you this one first. Can you see that?
Yes.
All right, and you see, if I were to show you here that, let me arrange this right here. So if this is East Avenue, can you see that okay?
Yeah.
And then this is Fultz, and this is Hillcrest.
Yep.
Do you see your home on this?
I think my home is under these trees.
Oh, okay. So,
Yeah.
so you're indicating this is State's Exhibit number 13, this is Fultz, this is Hillcrest, and you're saying that your house is in here?
Yeah.
Okay. And do you know who lives on the corner?
Which corner?
Right here, 714 Fultz.
Yes. I can't think of his name. He's been our neighbor all these years. Chester?
Okay. And do you call him Chester?
No, I call him, what do we call him? That's his real name.
Okay. Is it Chuck?
Yeah, Chuck's
Okay.
his nickname.
All right. And so you refer to him as Chuck. Now, does Chuck live right next door to you, or is there?
No.
Okay, so, and then he has a red truck, is that right? Chester
Yes.
does? Chuck does?
Yeah, he
All
has
right.
a red car.
Okay, and does he have a garage?
Yes,
All right, and then next to that garage would be your house?
yes.
There, okay. And then who lives on the other side?
Across the street or
Nope.
the side?
The side.
I don't really know their name.
Okay. Has the people in that house moved? There's been a lot of movement in that.
Yes,
isn't there?
it's a rental.
Okay. And then on the other side of them, do you know who lives there?
Yes.
Who's that?
Oh. Car barbers.
Okay.
I'm sorry. Say it one more time. Who lives on the other side? What did you say their name was?
The people who originally lived there was Harvarders, but the mother has married, and I can't think of his name.
Okay. Does his name Beverly Ewing?
That's it,
Okay.
Beverly Ewing.
And she lives there
Yes,
with her family?
yes,
And do you know, does she have kids or?
Yes.
And she's married?
yes.
Okay. And do you know, on the other corner of Hillcrest and Russell, what's over there?
I don't know.
Okay, and that's fine.
All them people.
All right. So how long, you said Chuck lives here on the corner, how long has Chuck lived there, as you know?
Chuck was there when we moved in,
When you moved in, so
Yeah.
he's been there
long time.
longer than 4 years, right?
Yes,
I'm going to show you what we previously marked as State's Exhibit number 25. Do you recognize that?
that's Chuck.
Okay, Judge, can I,
You may.
okay, ma'am, if you would just look, is that the picture I just showed you?
Yes,
All right, so that's State's Exhibit number 25, and that's Chuck or Chester, is that fair?
yes,
Okay. And do you know, is he married?
yes,
And does he live there at the house alone or with his wife?
with his wife,
Okay, and did they have kids?
yes.
All right, and I'm assuming that at this point in time, maybe his kids are also all grown?
They're all gone, grown,
All right.
they're not gone, they're grown.
All right. Now, you told us who basically lives on your street there at Fultz.
Yes,
Do you-
he's on the corner of Fultz and Russell.
Right. Let me stay with the same exhibit number here, 13. So if this is your house here, and what was the address again?
1379 Hillcrest,
Okay. And who lived across the street from you?
right across the street was Mrs. I have a brain freeze.
That's okay.
Uh,
Well, let's start then on the corner. Maybe this will help. Do
okay,
you know who lives on the corner here? On the corner of Fultz and Hillcrest?
yes, Stan
Okay.
did,
And do you know who he lived with in that?
his wife,
All right. And did he have kids?
yes,
Do you know how many kids he had?
2 I believe,
All right.
2 girls,
And then who lived in the house? Whose house is next to that one?
his mother,
Okay.
Mrs. Ford.
Mrs. Ford. So she lived there, and then next to that would be,
I don't, I'm confused.
okay, if this is Mr. Ford's house, here's your house. You said this is his mother's house, and then this would just be the house next to it.
Yes,
All right, and do you know those people there?
yes.
And how long have they lived there?
Probably about 10 years,
Okay. And he has a nickname too, doesn't he?
yeah.
Do you recall it? Is that Pee
I
Wee?
knew all this, yeah, Pee-wee,
I know. I know it's difficult. Time has passed, right?
yes.
All right. So, Mrs. Ford, do you remember how long she lived in the neighborhood?
She's there for a long time.
Was she there before you?
Trying to remember. No, but she was there pretty quick after we moved in.
All right.
I didn't know her, but I met her there.
All right. So she
I
would have.
did know her, I'm sorry how I said that.
Okay. So she would have been there almost 40 years
Yes.
also.
Yeah.
Is she still live there?
She passed away.
And has that been some time ago?
Yes.
All right. After, at some point in time, did Mr. Ford live in the house with his mother?
Yes.
All right. And he lived there at some point in time, and then the lady that he's married to now, did she then move into this house?
Yes. She moved into the house by the street.
All right. And then, did they start dating, or do you know the relationship or how they met?
I don't know.
Okay. But eventually they're married, and
As
now
far
he
as
lives.
I know.
And
yeah.
then he lives here with her?
Yeah.
Okay. As far as you know, has anybody lived in this house since she passed? Since Stanley's mother passed?
I don't think so. I think it was like a storage place since he was with his wife.
Okay. And so you said since he's been with his wife and his mother's passed, he uses it as a storage place. Is that fair?
I think so. I didn't go over there.
All right. Well, so I should ask you, do you know Mr. Ford?
Yeah.
And how do you know him?
Just by being a neighbor.
He basically has lived across the street for you for a number of years. Is that fair?
Yes.
All right. And how would you describe him as a neighbor to you?
He's a good neighbor.
Okay. Was he friendly to you?
Yeah.
All right. And you and your husband, would you talk to him?
If what?
Would you and your husband talk to Mr. Ford?
My husband would talk to him more than I would. If
Okay.
I saw him at the grocery store, I'd say hi, but he would talk to Carl for a while.
All right. And would Mr. Ford even come over to your house and maybe stay in the yard and talk if they were both outside?
When my husband had surgery, he came over and
Okay.
talked with him a couple of times on our porch.
And when your husband was going to have, what kind of surgery did he have?
He had open heart surgery, I think, for that, yeah.
All right. And so he had open heart surgery. Mr. Ford came over, and Mr. Ford offered what?
Just cheering him up, I think.
Okay. And what kind of lifestyle do you and your husband lead?
Well, we're Christians. And we're just home folks.
Okay. Do you sit out on the porch and drink and stuff?
No, we don't drink. We sit out on the porch, though.
You don't have any drug dealers coming to your house?
No.
Prostitutes coming over to
No.
visit your husband or anything like that?
Hope not.
No. Okay. So you said you're a Christian. Do you know what Mr. Ford's faith is?
No, I don't.
Okay. And so you live a pretty simple, quiet life. Is that fair?
Yeah.
And Mr. Ford, he was kind to you.
He was kind.
Kind. Nice.
Nuts.
Nice.
Nice.
No, nice.
I'm sorry.
That's okay. He was nice to you.
Yes, he was nice to us.
All right. So now let's talk about some of the neighbors on the other side of the street. Do you know, and let me use this other diagram now. So then I'm going to show you State's Exhibit number 14. Now on this one, you won't be able to necessarily see your house. I think this is Chester's garage and his house on the corner. This would be, just to get you oriented, this is Stanley and his wife's house, and this is his mother's house, okay? So, are you okay?
Okay, now where am I again?
You would be right here.
Oh, okay.
Is that right? So this is Hillcrest?
Okay.
All right. So, if we look over Fultz here, there's this vacant lot. Do you recognize that at all?
Yes.
Okay, tell me, has that always been vacant?
No.
What used to be there?
I can't remember the man's name, but, he died of, I can't remember.
Mr. Lewis?
Mr. Lewis,
All right.
yes.
Did you know him by his first name at all?
No, I didn't really know him.
Okay. But did you know of them and him in his house?
Yes.
Do you know how long he was lived in this house that was there?
He was there when we moved in,
Okay. So he's been there at least 4 years.
yeah.
All
But
right.
he's passed away.
Okay. And what happened to that house?
That happened, another man moved in there, and The guy who owned that property, he brought men in from I don't know where, but they all hung out there.
Okay, so let me get this straight. So there was a man that lived here who passed away.
Yes,
And I said the name Mr. Lewis and you said yes. Do you know the name Lindell Lewis?
yes.
And who is that?
That's the man who lived right there.
All right, is he the one that moved in and had the people come in?
Yes,
Okay,
yes.
so how long did Lindell Lewis live there?
That I don't know, but
Okay.
I was,
So he had not been there for 40 years?
no,
Okay.
no.
So at some point, Mr. Lewis moved into this house, and tell us about, you were kind of trying to describe a little bit for us, him bringing people in. What did you mean?
I don't know who these people were or what. I think they maybe came from jail, and he had them at the house to reform them,
Okay.
because he had a lot of people that were brought there, and then they had parties and they drank, and it was wild up there.
So was it fair to say that a Reformation didn't go very well?
Yeah.
Okay. So there was still lots of drinking, and were they smoking?
Well, yeah, sure. I would think. I don't know. I never was that close to him.
You just stayed away.
Yes,
So, but you knew this was happening.
yes. You could hear them in the nighttime. They would turn the radio up
All right.
real loud.
Is it fair to say there was a different lifestyle than you and your husband lived?
Yes,
And was it a different lifestyle than Mr. Ford was living?
yeah. At that time, I think he was.
Okay.
It
I mean,
was.
Mr. Ford, there wasn't any of that stuff happening in his house, right? He was just sitting there quiet with his wife.
Sustained. Rephrase.
Did you see any smoking and drinking going on at Mr. Ford's house?
No,
And was, okay. Had you ever had any interaction with Mr. Lindell Lewis at that house?
no.
Do you know a man by the name of Thomas Hughton? I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 24. Do you recognize that person?
Yeah,
Who is that person?
that's. Mr. See,
That's okay. I know.
that is the guy that come over to see my husband when he was home from the hospital.
All
I
right.
can't think of his name.
All
Tell
right.
me
So
his
maybe
name.
let me show you this State's Exhibit number 15.
I don't know.
Okay. The man named Thomas Hughton. You said you recognize that name?
No.
Oh, you do not. Okay.
Oh, Tommy.
Yeah.
You're talking about.
Okay.
Okay, yeah.
How do you know Tommy?
He lived in the neighborhood, and like if we needed some yard work done or things on your outside of your house, he would do it. We would pay him.
And had you ever heard of somebody refer to him as Grassman?
No.
Okay. So you knew him as Tommy.
Tommy, yeah.
And would Tommy, do you know where he stayed? Where he lived?
He lived in Lewis's basement.
Okay.
Is that right?
You tell us.
I
know
think
you-
I think he lived in the basement,
Okay.
yes.
All right. And do you know if Tommy drank?
Yes, he did.
All right. And how did you know that?
Because he was half-looped when he'd come over.
All right. So he was a regular drinker as far as you knew?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know what the relationship was between, or if there was a relationship between Mr. Ford and Mr. Lindell, the man who owned that house where everybody was coming? Well, let me just ask that. Do you know if there was a relationship between the two of them?
Say it again, please.
Sure. That was a very poorly asked question. Are you aware or know of any relationship between Mr. Ford, Stanley Ford, and Lindell Lewis, the man that lived at that house at the lot there that had all the people coming to his house? Do you know if the two of them had a relationship?
No.
Okay. Do you know Tommy?
Yes.
And you said you knew him. Are you aware of any relationship between Tommy and Mr. Ford?
Mr. Ford
Yeah,
thought
objection.
that.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, it is 10 to 11. We're going to go ahead and take our morning break. I'm going to ask that you be back in the jury room at 5 after 11. Now, I'm looking at that clock. Look at your watch. Because you'll find out every clock in this courthouse could be on a different time. So I have 12 minutes to 11, so if you'll just be back in the jury room at 5 after, we'll proceed. Remember the admonition I've previously given you concerning your conduct. It's important that you be fair and attentive throughout the trial. Do not discuss this case amongst yourselves or with anyone else. This includes your family, friends, and the media. You must not post or read anything about this case on the internet or any electronic device, including your cell phone. Any such discussion, if discovered, could lead to a mistrial and, again, compromise the party's right to a fair trial. Do not permit anyone to discuss the case in your presence, and do not form or express an opinion on this case until it's finally been submitted to you. And with that, we're adjourned until 11:05.
All rise, please. If you notepads face down on your chairs.
you may be seated. All right, so Ms. Wright, Mr. Prinsey asked you, do you know Tommy? You said yes. And then you said, he asked you, are you aware of any relationship between Tommy?
No, I guess at this point, maybe I should ask her a follow-up question, which is going to be, what conversations if any, did you have with Mr. Ford about Tom? Did you have any conversations with Mr. Ford about Tom? Did you have any about him and Lindell or the people in that house? Did you have a conversation with Mr. Ford? Did he express it? So, Your Honor, I would be asking that question.
And you're asked that question. You cannot testify to anything you learned from your husband. Anything you directly learned from Mr. Ford about the way he feels about people, and I don't know or whatever that is, you may answer that question if it's asked of you. But you can't testify about what your husband told you. You understand?
Well, I mean, we can do it now because of the concerns. I can do that. Ms. Wright, do you recall specifically the conversations and what was said by Mr. Ford that he didn't like? What's going on over there? To you? And can you remember what words he used or what he said? No, no, we're talking about. Okay.
We'll be right back.
Ms. Wright, you're still under oath.
You can take your mask off. There you go. Okay. So I just want to try and clarify. At some point in time, Mr. Ford and his relationship, or at the beginning, how was Mr. Ford's relationship with the people over at 719 Fultz? How did it start out?
The people next door?
No, at Fultz, Lindell Lewis's house.
Okay.
So let me maybe if I step up here. So Mr. Ford and his relationship with the people in this house over here, initially, how was it?
It was fine,
Fine.
yeah,
And then did it stay fine or did it change?
it changed.
All right, at some point it changed. And how did you notice that? Could you see it visually? Like, was there an incident that Mr. Ford maybe went over to the house and then left abruptly?
He came over and talked to us,
Mr. Ford did.
yeah.
And he talked to you about how,
He didn't want to go in there anymore, he was aggravated with them,
okay,
and I don't know why,
all right. And so then there was a clear division after that.
yes.
Let me ask you now about the 719 Fultz house fire. Do you recall that?
You have to answer yes or no, ma'am.
Yeah,
Okay. And what do you remember about that? Were you awake or asleep when that fire started, or how did you become aware of it?
we were asleep, and then we heard the fire engine.
Okay, and
We
you,
got up and went out.
so you and your husband woke up from the fire engines, and then you got up and went out.
Yes,
And you went outside?
yes,
Okay, and
cold.
when you went outside, did you see anybody that you recognized?
Yeah, we saw, you just had his name,
Tommy? Was it Tommy?
Tommy.
Okay. And where did you see Tommy?
Tommy ran out come out the yard and out into the street.
And when you say the yard, are you talking about the yard from 719 Fultz?
Right there in the front, yes,
Okay.
719 Fultz.
Okay.
And we lived on Hillcrest, and he came out through there, and the fire department was there.
Okay.
He came out barefooted and no coat on or anything, it was really cold.
All right.
And I ran and got some socks for him.
Okay. And at that point in time, did you talk to him or did you have any conversation?
We talked a little bit, I was more concerned about keeping him warm.
All right.
But we said, "Are you okay?" And he said, "I'm okay."
All right.
So he said something blew up, is what his words were.
Okay. And at some point in time, did you ever hear something blow up or a boom or anything like that? You did not?
No, he was sound asleep.
Okay. And what did your husband do? Do you remember what he did, if anything?
What my husband did?
Yeah.
He was helping me get, like, I think he ran and got the lawn chair to get him in, to get, say his name,
Tommy?
yeah, get him in
Okay.
a seat.
Okay.
And then I ran in the house, a neighbor came up from way down over the hill, she came running up. She ran down and got him something, and I got him something, and I got a blanket and covered him up because he was so cold.
All right. And do you, after that night, had you seen Tommy again after that?
Nope.
All right. So now, do you recall that there was another fire on Fultz about a year later?
Yes.
What, if anything, do you recall about that fire?
That fire, my husband was in the hospital, I was in bed at about 3 o'clock in the morning. My bedroom was orange looking. And we don't really live that close to that. But anyway, there was a big fire down. Do you want me to say detail?
You can tell us about the fire, what you recall.
There was a big fire, and the fire engines, what woke me up really was fire engines.
Okay.
And 5 children, I believe it was.
Well, you don't have to tell us about that.
Okay,
That's okay, and we'll talk about that later. But you only learned that from other people, is that fair?
I didn't go down there,
Right.
but I saw fire engines.
And as far as the people that lived in that house, did you know them at all?
No,
Okay, so they kind of lived around the corner, and you didn't really know them at all, or interact with them
no at all.
And you had no knowledge of any relationship between them and Mr. Ford, is that fair?
Yeah.
Okay. May I have a moment, Judge?
Yes.
Now, Ms. Wright, you talked about the gentleman that lived on the corner at 1370 Hillcrest, and you referred to him as Mr. Ford or Stanley. Do you see that person here in court today? Where is he? Can you point him out for us?
You asking me, do I see him?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, could you point him out for us and describe what he's wearing? You're pointing to this gentleman here?
Yes,
All right. And why are you pointing to him?
because I think he's Ford.
All right, can you take your mask off? Does he still look like Mr. Ford to you?
Yeah,
All
now
right.
you're getting me all confused.
All right. At the time, let me ask, the last time you saw Mr. Ford, what was his hair like?
Longer, a little longer.
And when you say long, how long was it?
Wasn't very long.
Mr. Ford?
When I saw him when we were downstairs, last time I was in here,
Yeah.
I think it was bald.
Okay. All right. And when he lived across the street from you, how was his hair?
Pretty much bald.
All right. All right, I have no further questions, Judge. Thank you.
Mr. Riley.
Thank you. Mrs. Wright, thanks for coming down. We don't have any questions here. Thank you.
Okay, great.
All right, Ms. Ray, you may step down. Thank you very much. You're excused. You can leave and leave the courtroom and the courthouse if you need to. And you can put your mask back on too, okay? Okay, thank you. Take care. Mr. D'Angelo, do you have a minute regarding your next witness?
Yeah, we do have another witness, and she's out in the hallway. I
And
think
then
Mr.
yes or no regarding the child.
Oh, I will find out. She just.
Totally inappropriate.
Yes, she is. And they're working on some new mic covers, so we can change them. Yeah, completely. What's wrong? No, we don't have them yet. Oh, okay. We're working on them.
Oh, okay, cool.
Okay, no objection. Oh, I'm sorry. Stand up one more time, I apologize. Raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes. You may be seated, thank you. So I'll just advise you, as I have everyone, between the fan, the plexiglass, you're going to remove your mask, but I need you to just make sure you keep your voice up and speak into the microphone. Thank you.
Good morning, ma'am. If you would, please introduce yourself to the jury by telling them your full name.
Geraldine Lewis.
And Ms. Lewis, I'm assuming you spell your last name standard way of spelling Lewis?
L-E-W-I-S.
Thank you. And Ms. Lewis, could you tell us how old you are?
73.
And just a little bit about your background. Did you grow up in the Akron area?
Yes.
And pretty much your whole life?
Yes.
And do you have a lot of family?
Not too much here. I have family scattered over.
All right.
I just have a brother and 2 sisters and my children.
Okay. And so how many brothers and sisters did you have?
It was 6 of us, 3 brothers, 2 sisters.
All right. And one of your brothers is named Lindell, is that correct?
Yes.
And how old was Lindell? Who was older, you or Lindell?
I'm older. Today, Lindell would have been 70.
Today
is his birthday. Would have been his birthday.
And you grew up, so he was just about a year younger than you?
3 years.
3 years, okay. And so you guys grew up in the same household?
Yes.
And were you close?
We were, yes.
All right. As much as an older sister and her 3 year
Right.
younger
We
annoying
did a
little
lot of
brother
things
could
together,
be.
yes, when we
Okay.
was growing up.
As you grew older, obviously you had your own different families, correct?
Yes.
And tell us about Lindell. Did he get married? Did he stay single? Did he have kids?
Lindell got married. He had 3 children. He traveled a lot with his construction company because he was in construction as a bricklayer.
All right. And so let me ask you a little bit about what you did for a living. You're retired now, is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. How long have you been retired?
Since 2016.
Okay. And when you were working, what did you do?
I was a supervisor at the recycling plant that was downtown. And then when I got laid off from there, I went to Western Reserve Hospital.
All right. How long were you at the recycling plant?
15 years.
And then how long were you at Western Reserve
Western
Hospital?
Reserve, 20 years.
All right. So you put in a full 35 years between the 2 places?
Yes.
And then you retired in 2016?
Yes.
Now you were telling us a little bit about what Lindell did. What did he do for a living?
He was into construction. My father had his own construction company, so during the summer, Lindell and my brother Gregory used to work with my dad. And then when they got older, they went into the trade too.
All right. And so did, excuse me, did Lindell work pretty much his whole life?
Yes.
At some point, did he retire?
Yes. After he retired I think it was after he had his heart attack.
All right. So he had a heart attack at some point in time?
Yes.
And how significant was that? Do you know?
It was pretty bad. I think he had a triple bypass. I think it was a triple bypass.
All right. So he had a heart attack followed by triple bypass surgery?
Yes.
You said he got married and had 3 kids?
Yes.
And who was his wife?
Francine Lewis. Well,
Francine.
Trice at the time. Francine Trice.
And then she married him and became Francine Lewis.
Yes.
Did they stay married or did they ultimately separate?
They ended up getting a divorce. I'm not sure what year it was because they were living in Douglasville, Georgia,
Okay.
and sometime they got a divorce.
All right. Is it fair to say it was some time ago?
Yes, it's been a while ago.
And did you know Francine?
Yes.
And how well did you know her? I mean, I don't know if you were...
Oh, I knew Francine. I knew her real well because I at some point dated her brother.
Okay.
So,
And so when how else, was there other ways that you knew her? Did you work with her?
No, I never worked with Francine.
Okay. At some point in time, did Lindell have another relationship with another woman?
Yes.
And who would that have been?
Well, he had several in between.
Okay.
but
Ultimately, though, he ends up.
at the end, it was Gloria Hart, Jeannie.
Gloria Hart, H-A-R-T?
Yes, and we called her Jeannie.
Okay, so Jeannie was her nickname.
Yes.
And how long had you known Jeannie?
I met Jeannie when she got laid off from her job at Chrysler. She came to the recycling plant and worked there for a few months. That's how I met her.
All right.
But I didn't know her and Lindell was dating.
Okay. And so she worked at the recycling, the Chrysler stamping plant? That's where
Yes.
she worked?
Yes.
Do you know how long she worked there?
No, I knew she had been there for many years.
And then that closed down, right?
Yes.
And then so she started working for the recycling plant?
No, she only worked at the recycling plant for a couple of months while she was laid off. And they called her back, so she went back to
Oh, I see.
Chrysler.
Okay. And then so she spent most of her career at the Chrysler stamping?
As far as I know, yes.
Do you know if she retired from there? If you
I
know.
think she did retire. I'm not sure. I'm not gonna
Okay.
say I'm not sure.
And how long were you aware? Well, strike that. So she came and she was working with you at this recycle plant for a short period of time.
Yes.
That's where you met her.
Yes.
You didn't know at the time that she was dating your brother.
No.
She leaves the recycling plant. And do you ever see her after that?
No.
Okay. Do you? At some point in time, though, you do see her again. When would that be?
I ran into her at City Hospital when Lindell had he was in City Hospital because he was having heart surgery.
All right. And you saw her there.
And I saw Jeannie coming out she was in the lobby leaving and I was coming in. And we started talking and I asked her who was she there to see. And she said Lindell Lewis, and I told her that's my brother.
All right. And
So
then,
up until then, neither one of us knew.
all right.
She knew Lindell.
And then that was the first time you learned that they were going out.
Yes.
What if is the best you can tell us? When was it that your brother had his heart surgery?
It had to be in sometime in 2000. I'm not sure of the date,
Okay.
but I know it was in 2000 something.
All right. More than 10 years ago?
Oh yes, it was more than 10 years.
Okay. And once you realized they were dating, did you then see Gloria or Jeannie after that?
I would see her when Lindell would bring her to different functions that we had.
Okay.
He would bring her.
All right. And where did Lindell live?
He was living, my parents passed, so he ended up buying us out for their home. And then after a while, he ended up buying the home up on Fultz.
All right. And was that 719 Fultz?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to refer to State's Exhibit. I got to remember the number here. 12. Do you see this right here?
Yes.
Okay. So are you familiar with this map? Can you get yourself oriented?
Yes.
All right. So if this is Fultz and Hillcrest, do you see your brother's home here?
The one on the right.
Here?
Yes.
Or is this 719? Was that his address, 719 Fultz, as far as you know?
I didn't know the address, but I knew that would be the where he lived.
Okay. And how often, if at all, did you go to visit your brother at 719 Fultz?
A couple times a month. Lindell liked to grill, so we would go up there.
Okay. And so you would go there to socialize?
Yes.
Okay. When you would go there, would Jeannie be there?
Sometimes she would, yes.
Okay. As far as your brother living at 719 Fultz, do you know who, if anybody, lived there with him?
I didn't. I mean, see, my brother Gregory lived there at one point,
Okay.
and then he moved out. Then and he had a couple other tenants living down there in the basement, but I didn't know him.
Okay. And why didn't you know them?
I just didn't know him. I just didn't.
And do you know what kind of people he had staying with him?
No, I didn't know anything about these
Didn't know
guys.
anything about it. Okay.
Mhm.
As far as that neighborhood went, were you familiar with any of the people that lived in that neighborhood other than your brother?
No.
Okay. Was there a point in time where you, well, are you familiar with the name Stanley Ford?
Only since the incident has happened. Other than that, no.
All right. So prior to, you said an incident. Prior to this incident, you didn't know who Stanley Ford was?
No.
All right. So what incident are you referring to, and when did it take place, as best you can recall?
Well, the fire, the arson fire of Lindell and Jeannie.
Okay.
And it, April of 2016, I think it was.
Okay, so that's the incident you're talking about?
Yes.
All right, do you recall an incident where you were there grilling with Lindell?
Oh, yes. My daughter, Jeannie was there, and we were grilling,
Okay,
and someone across the street told us we need to go home because we're making too much noise. It was only like 3 or 4 of us. I turned around and looked to see who it was,
okay.
and they were standing on their steps. The house was directly across the street from Lindell.
All right, can you tell us, I don't know if we have that pointer. Joe, do we have that laser pointer? We did, oh, here it is. And if you just push that button, it'll be a little green dot that shows up. Can you tell us?
This
Okay.
house right here.
And so you said that the person was standing on their porch?
On the steps.
On the steps. Just leave
Mhm.
that there. And where were you? You were at 719 Fultz, and
We
where
were
did-
like on the side of the house, closer. We was probably right about in here.
Okay, and is that where he would grill?
Yes.
And what did the person say?
They just told us we need to go home because we're making too much noise. And Lindell just said ignore him, and we left the conversation. We didn't say anything else about it.
All right. What were you doing at that point in time? Was there anything you were doing at that point in time to prompt such a response from the neighbor?
No.
Okay. And it was you, your daughter, you said?
Me, my daughter, Jeannie, and I think one of Lindell's kids was there, either his daughter or son. I can't remember, but I know
All right.
one of them was there.
And Lindell?
And Lindell, yeah.
So that, if I counted up right, that's 5 people
Yeah,
potentially?
at the most.
At the most. And were you drinking? Were you
No.
playing games or just?
We were just out there talking and laughing.
All right,
No drinking was going on.
all right,
No music. We didn't have any music playing.
all right. And why did that stand out in your head? Why did you remember that?
Oh, just because we weren't really that loud or saying anything, so why would anyone, say anything to us?
All right. And at that point in time, do you know how, I guess, much before the fire did that incident happen?
The fire was like in the spring, so this was the year before, because it was in probably August, September, somewhere around there.
Okay, so within a year of the fire.
Yes.
And the person that you saw, did you say anything to that person?
No.
The person that you did see, do you see that person here in court today?
No, I can't say it was Stanley.
Okay. The person that was saying this, though, from the porch, was it a male or a female?
It was a male.
All right. And the impression that you had at that time, or did you have an impression at that time, whether that person lived at the house where they were standing on the step?
Sustained.
Did you believe one way or another whether they lived at that house?
No, I didn't think anything else about it.
Okay. Now, you talked about the fire in April.
Yes.
How did you become aware of that?
My sister called me and said that there was a fire on Lindell Street, and I asked her, was it Lindell's house? She said she didn't know. So I was still, because when she called me, it was like 5 o'clock in the morning. I had to go to work that morning. And I was trying to decide, okay, should I go see if it's Lindell's house or what? So I got up to go see if it was actually Lindell's house, since it was on his street. And that's when I found out it was.
And when you got there, did you see anybody that you recognized?
I did run into a fireman that I knew was Alice Poe.
All right. And you did not know Tommy Hughley, is that fair?
No, I didn't know him.
Your brother, you said, had the heart surgery. Did he have any other health issues?
He was a diabetic and he had 2 hip surgeries.
All right. And you said he had 2 hip surgeries. Do you know how much prior to the fire his last or second hip surgery would have been?
Oh, it had to be maybe a month because he had just gotten out of rehab for his hip about a week before the fire.
Okay. And how was he after that surgery? How was he getting around? Do you know?
He was on a walker. He tried to use a walker, but most of the time he was on, he tried to use a cane, but most of the time he was on a walker.
All right. And was he able to get up and down steps or?
He would sit on the steps and back himself up.
Okay. And when was the last time you saw him before the fire?
The day before, that's on that Sunday morning when I took him to church.
Okay. And then, so you would have been Sunday morning, and then that fire would have been that evening or early next morning?
Early next morning.
Okay. And why was it that you needed to drive him to church?
Because he couldn't drive. And him and I were talking, and he said he wanted to go to church. And I told him, I said, well, I'll take you to church. And I went and picked him up.
You know, I'm going to just show you a couple pictures. First one I'm going to show you is State's Exhibit number 15. Do you recognize that?
Yes, that's Lindell.
That's your brother?
Yes.
Okay. And I'm going to show you, or mark it as State's Exhibit number 26. Tell me if you recognize that.
That's Jeannie.
Your Honor, may I publish? So, State's Exhibit number 15, that you said was your brother Lindell. Of course, we've got this camera.
I think if you,
Turn the light off.
Yeah.
I turned it on.
If you pull it down a little bit to
Okay.
the,
Okay. And then State's Exhibit number 26, you said that was Jeannie or Gloria Hart?
Yes.
And since Lindell had his hip surgery and obviously he had other health issues, do you know who was helping him get around and drive around and do all those things during that period of time?
Well, I know Jeannie was helping him. His son was helping.
Okay.
I think his son and daughter, because he has a son and daughter here, but.
All right. Thank you, ma'am. I have no further questions.
Mr. Gorman.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
It's still morning, barely. It's still morning. First of all, acknowledge your loss on this matter. I'm going to ask you some questions. I'm Joe Gorman. This is Scott Riley. Together we represent Mr. Ford, okay? I'm going to try and ask questions that you can understand, but sometimes I'm not good at it. So I'll ask you to ask me to rephrase it or repeat it in a different way to make sure you understand it before you answer. Is that fair?
Yes.
All right. And if I'm not making any sense, tell me I'm not making any sense, and that's fine too, okay?
Okay.
You had, ma'am, testified in another court proceeding about 17 months ago. Do you remember being in here before?
Yes.
Okay. So that's the time you and I would have met before, if you recall.
Yes.
Okay. And in preparation for your testimony here today, were you provided a copy of the transcript about what you said the last time we were in court?
Yes.
Okay. Did you have a chance to read it?
Yes.
Okay. If I get to the point where I have to ask you a question about what you had testified to previously 17 months ago, and you want to refresh your memory before answering that question, feel free to tell me that, and I will give you a copy of what I call the transcript. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay, because I'm not trying to trick you on those things.
Okay.
And that lady over there with the blue mask on that's typing, she's the court reporter, so she takes down everything that was said back then, and she's taking down everything that was said today, and that's how we get our transcripts, okay?
Yes.
And then, ma'am, not only did you review the transcript, did you also meet with the two prosecutors sitting at this table in preparation for your testimony?
With one of them, yes.
Okay, which one was that?
This one right here.
All right, the one in the middle?
Yes.
Mr. D'Angelo?
Yes.
Okay. And when would you have done that?
It's been about 2 weeks ago, I think.
Okay. All right, probably met him in his office?
No, he came out.
Oh, he came out to see him? Okay,
Yes.
good. And there's nothing wrong with that. I just wanted to make sure that you had an opportunity to speak to him, that's all.
Yes.
Okay? So I have a few questions, not a lot of questions, but just a few questions.
Okay.
All right? You said that your brother who lived at 719 Fulton Street had some other individuals that would live in his basement. You knew of two of them, correct?
I didn't know him.
No, but you knew two people.
Right.
Two people were living down
Yes,
there. Is
at
that
one-
fair? You
yes.
didn't know their names?
No.
All right. And you also knew, I believe, or know that your brother Greg also at some point had lived in that home with your brother Lindell. Is that fair?
Yes.
But Greg had moved out at some point.
Yes.
How soon after the fire do you recall Greg moving out?
Oh, it was before.
Right. I know it was before. It was before the fire, correct?
Yes.
About how soon before the fire?
Oh, maybe a couple of years.
Okay. And Greg has passed since the fire, correct?
Yes.
Did he pass about a year after the fire?
3 months.
3 months after? So shortly after the fire, he
Yes.
passed? Okay. And he would have been, for Lindell, would that have been Lindell's older or younger brother?
Younger.
Younger. So younger than you as well?
Yes.
Okay. Because you said, I think you testified, you're older than Lindell.
Yes, I'm the oldest.
And he would have been 70 today?
Let me see, if I'm 73 to 71.
71, okay,
Yes.
thank you. Were you aware, ma'am, well, let me ask you this question. You had been over to Lindell's house at 719 Fultz a couple times a month, you've told us, correct?
Yes.
And you would have done that because he liked to grill outside, correct?
Yes.
And you showed us that place in the driveway, I think, where you were when that one incident occurred. Is that where the grilling would take place?
Yes.
Okay. So a couple times a month you're over there for cookouts?
Yes.
Okay. How long had Lindell lived at 719 Fulton Street? Approximately.
Approximately, let me see. I think about 3 years.
Okay, so he'd been there about 3 years, and during that time, he would have been doing that grilling, correct?
Yes.
So a couple times a month for 3 years, you had been over there visiting with your brother?
Well, no.
No?
Not the whole in the 3 years, because he had his hip surgery.
I'm sorry, ma'am, a little louder?
He had hip surgery, so we wasn't over there as much after he had his hip surgery.
Okay, and he had his hip surgery when?
He had the second one probably a month before the fire.
Okay. The incident that you spoke of at 1370 Hillcrest, where across the street where the person was on the porch, the one you were unable to identify?
Yes.
Yes, you said it was a man, correct?
Yes.
That was the only time you saw any argument between your brother and anybody in that neighborhood, is that
Yes.
fair? Just
Yes.
that one time?
Just at one time.
Okay. Were you aware, ma'am, of, let me ask you this question. The people that were in the basement, living in the basement, the two gentlemen that lived in the basement, did they ever participate in the cookouts with you?
No.
Okay. Were you aware of any drug or alcohol issues for anyone who was living in that house with your brother?
No.
Okay. Were you aware of your brother's alcohol issue?
I have never seen my brother drink, so
Okay.
I didn't know of anything about no alcohol.
He never drank in front of you?
He's never.
Okay.
We could be around. We have Christmas parties, wherever we would have. Lindell never drank.
Okay. Lindell owned more than that property. You said he owned your parents' house, correct?
Yes.
He had bought the siblings out of
Yes.
their portion of the house?
Yes.
All right. And where was that house located?
383 Trigonia Drive.
Okay. And is that in Akron as well?
Yes.
Okay. And he also owned property on South Street, correct, at one
Yes.
point? Yes?
Yes.
Okay. And is that also in the city of Akron?
Yes.
Okay. And you're aware that that house caught on fire too, correct?
Yes.
All right. And that would have been perhaps 5 or 10 years prior to his
Yes.
house on Fultz catching on fire?
Yes.
Okay. Did the Akron Police Department, ma'am, ever, after the fire, and the fire happened in 2016, have you ever sat down and been interviewed by anybody from the Akron Police Department?
No.
Not in 2016?
No.
Not in 2017?
No.
Not in 2018?
No.
Never-
I have not talked to anyone from the police department.
Okay, and that story about that grilling incident, then, you would have communicated that to the prosecutors themselves sometime before the last time you testified? Is that fair?
Yes. Before court, the first time, I mentioned it to them,
Not to the police, but to the prosecutors?
to the prosecutors.
Okay.
Yes.
May I have a moment to consult with Ms. Riley?
Yes.
I promised there would be a few questions, ma'am, and that's all there were, so I appreciate you taking the time to answer them.
Thank you.
Nothing further.
All right, Ms. Lewis, you're excused. Thank you very much.
Thank
You can
you.
put your mask back on and you're excused from the court. Thank you very much. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, it's about 5 to 12, and that concludes the morning session. I'll remind you of the admonition I've previously given you. Don't talk about the case amongst yourselves. Don't talk about it with anyone else. Don't let anyone else talk to you about it. Do not form or express an opinion on the case until it's finally been submitted to you. We're going to take our lunch break, and so if you'll be back in the jury room at 1, we'll proceed at that point in time with our afternoon witnesses. Thank you. Leave your notepads upside down on your chairs, and we'll see you back at 1 o'clock.
All right, please.
It's actually a good trial movie. I mean, some stuff gets a little crazy. But they said that the judge was a former judge, a real judge. And he insisted that the movie. Yeah, I'm not, I'm just testing this out.
You may call your next witness.
United States going to call Terrance Sibley.
Thank you. Raise your hand, please. You solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
Go ahead and have a seat. Mr. Sibley, once you're seated, you can remove your mask, and then if you'll make sure to keep your voice up and speak into the microphone.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
And then also, we have this point, okay? This is the button right here.
Okay.
Look down here. Look right here. See the button?
Good afternoon, sir.
How you doing today?
Good. If you would, please introduce yourself to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury by telling them your full name and then spell your last name for the court reporter, please.
My name is Terrance, Sibley, S-I-B-L-E-Y, last name, first name, T-E-R-R-A-N-C-H, Terrance.
And Mr. Sibley, how old are you?
I'm 56.
And are you employed?
Yes, I am.
How are you employed?
I work for Worthy Construction.
You what?
I Worthy Construction,
Okay. And,
remodel homes,
all right, do you work for yourself, an independent contractor?
independent contractor, basically.
Okay, how long have you done that?
Probably for the last 10 years.
Okay. Where were you raised, where were you born and raised?
I was born on the west side of Akron.
Okay.
Kind of really split time between the north side and the west side. Grew up as a kid on the north side, but then moved to the west side, and from there,
All right. And have you, in your 50, you said 56 years
Yes, sir.
old?
Yes, sir.
In 56 years, have you lived in Akron most of your life?
Well, you know, I left for a little while. I moved to Atlanta for 10 years and Portland, Oregon for 5, and then I came back in early 2000.
Early 2000. Okay. And growing up, did you play lots of sports?
Yeah, that was our thing.
All right. And your father, was he a coach?
Yeah, he, you know, since I was a baby, he was always involved with Pee Wee football. He was commissioner for a long time.
Okay.
You know, off and on for years, but he was always involved in athletics.
And your family is pretty
Very-
good
yeah,
at sports, aren't
very,
they?
Yeah, pretty good at sports. I got,
You've got a nephew that's playing at Pitt?
I got 2 nephews, one at Liberty and one at Pitt.
Okay. So, through sports, were you familiar with the Lindell and Greg Lewis?
Oh yeah, very, very familiar.
And so tell us about that connection.
Well, my dad, as you know, in the late 60s, early 70s, my dad was real heavily into bringing the young men up into sports. Wherever they needed to go, he traveled, made sure they got to football practice and stuff like that. And Greg was a little younger, so Greg was always traveling with my dad, you know, back in the days. And then Lindell was always he was older, so he participated more on the coaching side and helping out in that particular area, that, as I can remember when I was a kid.
All right, and I guess we should clarify, Greg and Lindell, how were they related?
They brothers. Greg is,
So it's Greg and Lewis and Lindell Lewis were
yes, sir,
brothers.
yes, sir.
And Lindell was the older brother?
Yeah, he was the older brother.
Okay. So in relation to you, how much difference in age was there?
Oh, wow. I watched, I'm 50, Greg would have been 15 years older than me.
All right.
So Lindell had to be at least 20 plus years older than I am.
All right. So you were a little guy.
Yeah, I was a little bitty guy.
And they were playing in
Yeah,
sports
yeah.
because your dad was coaching.
Yeah, because my dad was coaching.
And you went along.
Yeah, I went along.
Okay.
I had to go along.
Okay. And eventually you played sports too.
Yeah, I 2 years at St. Vincent St. Mary's and then 2 years at Bookville.
Okay. So through the years after your youth, obviously you moved away. You probably didn't have much contact with the Lindell and Greg.
Well, you know, I used to, whenever I would come back, me and Greg was, as I got older, me and Greg was connected a little bit more than Lindell was at that time.
All right, at that time.
Yeah.
And so then at some point in time, your father, is he with us still?
No, he passed away in 2012.
2012.
Yeah.
And so at some point when your father passed away, was there a void then for you?
Well, yeah, you know, I fell prey to the streets a little bit, off and on drug usage type thing. And Lindell used to always used to comfort me. He was there for me a lot. I could go by there, I could sit and talk, you know, and he kind of really talked me off the bridge a little bit. So,
All right.
and I owed him a debt of gratitude as a big brother at that time because, you know, as just somebody, I always like really talking to older guys, and he really helped me along.
Lindell.
At that period of my life. Yeah.
So Greg seemed to be more of a friend, but Lindell was
Yeah,
more
Greg, now Greg was more into construction work, and my brothers them pouring concrete, and Greg was heavily into that until he retired, but he stayed connected with my brothers and the rest of the family through that particular alley. But once I connected on with Lindell, me and Lindell became real close, and I could always call him, and I could always talk to him and stuff.
All right,
like
and
that.
so I guess my question was, you and Greg were more friends and work related, and
Yeah.
Lindell was more of a father
Yeah,
figure?
he was more like a mentor to me, pretty
Okay.
much.
And so Greg's construction work, did that help you when you came back
Oh
in
yeah,
getting
yeah,
jobs?
yeah. Oh yeah, oh man, yeah. He used to call me all the time. I used to go help him pour. You know, whenever they had a big pour, I would jump in, move the wheelbarrow around, push the mud around and stuff like that for him.
Okay. And now when you talked about Lindell, and he would talk to you and I guess mentor you, how often would you spend time with him? And before you answer that question, kind of give us a time frame of maybe when that started and, how, I mean, I'm sure it wasn't exactly the same through the years.
Well, and I probably want to say 2010, 11. I was, struggling a little bit.
All right, well,
and,
okay, let's jump to that then. Tell us about your struggles.
Well, addiction.
Okay.
It was addiction. The streets, addiction. It's it's just the two went together, and then and Lindell was the type of person like, if you needed him, he'd be there for you. Whether it was financially, a place to lay your head, somebody just to come talk to, somewhere, even to go eat.
All right.
You know what I mean? So a lot of times that's how I would stop by, talk to him, sit on the porch with him for a minute.
All right.
And he helped me out a lot. He did. He really did.
And so that addiction, did that lead to some felony convictions?
Yeah, I got quite a bit of it. Yeah,
All right. Well, tell us, since 2010, tell us about.
Okay, in 2010, I caught a case in 2010. Well, I had quite a few cases, but a lot of probation.
Well, what was the 2010 conviction for? Do you recall?
I'm thinking it was a theft case or something like that, a minor theft case or something like that.
All right.
And I got probation for it. And then my dad got sick in 2000. Well, he got sick in 2008, but in 2010, he needed physical help. So my brother was always living in the house with my dad. And so we needed a second person. So me and my dad didn't see eye to eye for a long time. So he mustered enough energy to call me on the phone, and I moved in and started helping him out physically and stuff like that. So, and then my mom got sick in 2000, but she was sick like from 2005, emphysema. She had that asbestos from Chrysler in her lungs and stuff like that. So. It became a tough period for me, trying to stop getting high, using drugs, and then dealing with my parents in this capacity. The responsibility was different for me. It was new for me, and I struggled off and on. So I kept catching little cases, but then the last case that I had, I really kind of grew up a little bit in the 2010 case, but then I fell back out to addiction when because my mom passed away a week before Mother's Day of 2012. And then my dad passed away like 2 days after Father's Day in 2012. So it was kind of really tough. And then my probation officer, we kind of really didn't see eye to eye at that particular time. And so I kind of went on a 5-year hiatus. You know, and
You say 5-year hiatus.
Yeah.
You went on a 5-year capious.
Capious, I did. I really
You were a
did.
fugitive.
I was a fugitive.
All right, so the court basically said you stopped going to your probation, and
Yes,
the court
sir,
issued
yeah.
a warrant for your arrest for
Issued a
5
warrant,
years.
5 years, yeah.
Where were you during those 5 years?
Just working, still fighting my addiction, you know, still fighting my addiction. And then, and finally in 2015, we ran into each other. So they gave me 15 months. I served 10 of it.
Okay.
And came home to a halfway house in 2017.
All right. And since that time, have you had some additional issues?
Yeah, I had I came home, and you know, old habits is hard to break at sometimes. So I had a prescription. I had ordered some prescription glasses. I went to Lens Crafters.
And Mr. Sibley, let me tell you this. You don't have to go into the details of it.
Okay.
But ultimately, you had an
Yeah,
issue.
I had an issue.
And you caught a theft.
And I caught a theft case.
All right.
Yeah.
And you
so-
pled guilty to it.
And I pled guilty to it because I did it. You know what I mean? And so I've been dealing with it. You know, probation is coming up, and it's coming to a close.
All right. So, in 2015, you ultimately said you ended up going to prison.
Yeah, I went to
for
Grafton.
10
10 months.
month sentence.
Yeah,
Okay.
10 months down to
Now,
Grafton.
Mr. Sibley, let me just kind of interrupt you for a second. Terry here has to take down what we're saying.
Okay.
So if I start asking a question,
Okay.
you have to wait till I finish.
Okay.
Because if you start talking before I do, she can't take it, both of us down, okay?
Okay.
Others should get mad at me, not you, so. All right. So, let's talk about 2015, okay? Before you went to prison, do you remember when you went to prison?
Yeah. March. I was sentenced March 15th, 2016.
16. Okay.
Yeah.
So from March of 2016,
Mm-hmm.
for 10 months, you were in prison.
I was in prison.
And you obviously, we're here because of the fire at 719 Fultz.
Yes, sir.
So you were in prison when that took place.
Yes, sir.
Prior to you going to prison, did you visit Lindell at his home?
Yeah, I at his brother's request. Greg called me for quite a few times. He called me. He needed my services over there at his brother's house. And so I was so busy, I didn't get to him right away. It took me a couple of days. And then I finally called Lindell, and I met and went over to Lindell's house. I don't know, I mean, it's so long ago, I don't remember the exact date or anything like that, but I know it was real close to me getting sentenced, you know, so.
And at some point in 2015, prior to this,
Right.
didn't you do some jail time?
In 2015. I think the only jail time I did was just the sentence that was coming up.
All right.
Yeah.
Were you in jail when Greg was trying to get a hold of you?
You know what? As a matter of fact, I was in the county jail for a couple of days.
Okay.
I remember that. I was in the county jail for a couple of days. No, I wasn't. I wasn't in the county jail at the time. He was calling me, and he kept calling me, and I was working. And then I finally got in touch with him, and then he told me what he needed me to do, and then I went by Lindell's house, and me and Lindell sat and talked, and yeah.
And so what month, if you recall, was it that you would have went to Lindell's house?
I probably want to say February.
All right.
It would have been February.
All right. And when you went to Lindell's house, what was it you were supposed to be doing?
He wanted me to install some security cameras on his house.
Okay. And at that time, had Lindell, he had some health problems, correct?
Yeah, he had health
All right, and were you aware of his hip issues?
You know, me and him had talked, and yeah, I knew that he was having surgery on his hips coming up.
Okay, it was coming up.
Yeah.
And so, at that point, can you describe his mobility at that point?
He had a walker, one of those walkers that you sit in, and so whenever we moved around the house, he had it with him, and then from the time we went from inside the house to the front porch, you know, so we could talk about where we wanted to install these cameras and stuff. He always, and then he would turn it around and then sit on it. Yeah.
All right. And so you sat with him on the porch.
Yes, sir.
And he went over with you and discussed with you the job that you were supposed to do
Yes.
in installing those cameras.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
All right. During that discussion, was there a point in time where somebody drove by that became of, I guess, interest, so to speak?
As we were talking, and something disturbed his conversation. We was conversating, and we had a good conversation going on, where we wanted the cameras and all this other stuff, and then a neighbor pulled up, drove down, pulled up into the driveway. His voice got a little low, and he started getting a little jittery, a little nervous, because now I'm gonna go back. Because that particular day, when I pulled up, it was somebody had knocked his windows out of the house and the windows out of the front door. So they were being repaired at the same time.
All right. So that had happened.
Well, that was taking place at the same time that we were doing what we were doing. So I was kind of really looking at this thing because I didn't know at that particular time the reason why I was installing the cameras, because I install cameras all the time.
All right. And without saying about the conversation, did Lindell tell you why he wanted the cameras?
Yeah, he did.
No, and don't tell us why.
Yeah, he did. He did.
Right. And so he tells you why.
Right.
And does he talk to you and discuss with you where he wants those cameras and what?
Oh yeah. The focus was just like, you know, all the damage to Lindell's house was always on that right side of the house, that right front corner of the porch, and so he wanted 3 cameras was to be facing that way.
All right. And so did you put those cameras facing?
Yeah, I did exactly what he asked me to do.
All right. And when the neighbor, you said there was a neighbor that drove by and pulled into the driveway. Let me ask you, look at the state's exhibit, number 12. This is state's exhibit number 12. Do you recognize this?
Yes, sir.
All right. So if this is Fultz and this is Hillcrest, where would Lindell's house be? And you can use the pointer if you want. Are you using? I can't see.
I'm not pointing because I'm trying to recognize and identify the neighborhood.
Okay, so this is East Avenue?
I know that.
Okay.
East Avenue. The car came from this way, around the corner. So it's somewhere, we were sitting in the house somewhere over here, or Lindell's house.
Okay, 719 Fultz?
Yeah, it's one of these houses right here.
Okay.
And then, like I said, we were sitting on the front porch, and when he looked and saw, he looked over his shoulder, and then his conversation stopped for a while, and he wanted to tell us something, and he started telling us something, but.
All right.
You know what I mean?
And
But I knew it was a problem though, because nobody's windows, and why are you repairing your windows in your door?
all right.
You know, that's my question.
So how did you see where the person went?
Because my back was to, Linda was sitting kind of right on this side, and my back was to the banister.
You're pointing at the different house.
Yeah, my back was to the banister.
Okay.
And then so when he looked, I looked.
All right. And so what did you see?
I saw a gentleman and a younger kid get out of a vehicle.
What kind of vehicle?
Again, at this stage of the game, I can't even really remember.
All right. And where did they go?
Actually, the gentleman stood there for a minute.
Well, he was driving.
Yeah, he was driving, and then when he got out, he kind of stood, and he
Hold on, Mr. Sibley. Where did he drive to?
pulled up in the driveway of the house.
What driveway did he pull into?
See, I can hear again, that's so long ago, I can't remember which driveway it was, because my emphasis really wasn't on that particular, I was there to do a job for him.
All right. And then, do you, so at that point in time, do you have a conversation with Lindell?
Yeah, I did.
All right.
You know.
During that conversation, I want to know what he said, but what was the conversation about a particular person?
Yeah, he got highly agitated.
Who got highly agitated?
Lindell he got very agitated.
All right.
And he said, you know,
Don't tell us what he said.
All right, okay.
All right. So when you said agitated, describe what that
Tears, and almost tears in his eyes.
All right.
You know, almost, you know, I had to reach over. I distinctly remember today reaching over, touching him on the shoulder.
All right. And was that reaction to the person who had driven by?
Yeah, because they were starting to stare at each other.
At that point in time, were any words said between the two of them?
I heard some mumbling.
All right.
You know, I heard some, you know, Lindell was growling a little bit, and I heard some mumbling, you know, because he had a lot of activity going on in his porch because they was fixing the windows and the doors, plus me and my partner was there.
So you had a partner with you to install these?
Yes, sir.
And did you guys do that?
Yes, sir.
All right. And let me just ask you about the cameras themselves. Who bought the cameras?
Lindell's son did.
All right. And when you put them up, were they able to work it or function at that point?
No, they didn't function at that particular time because the system that he had wasn't compatible with it. So I guess the son took a little longer getting the system, and I was going to come back and wire everything and put it together. But, you know, my time came up, and I had to go turn myself in.
So before his son, was it a TV that he needed, a new TV?
Yeah, he needed a TV that was compatible, a modern day TV. Okay. Lindell had an older TV.
And so he needed to buy that, but before he bought that, you ended up going to serve your time.
Yeah, I ended up going to serve my time.
And that would have been in March, you did?
Yeah, it would have been March 15th.
So tell us, did you ultimately put up those cameras?
Yeah, I put them. I installed them.
And how many cameras did you install?
I installed 4.
And where were the 4 cameras?
The 4 cameras was like, okay, on the back. I installed one on the back side of the house facing out. I installed another one by the door facing this way, and then I had a third one right here in this area, facing the front door.
All right.
And then I had it was like 1, 2, 3, 4, and they was all facing in that direction right there in this corner over here.
And were any of them facing this house?
Yeah, they was all facing this way right here. Everything was protecting this side of the house over here. Everything was facing that way.
All right. I'm showing you what I've marked as State's Exhibit number 27. Oh, I'm sorry. State's Exhibit number 27. Do you recognize that?
Yeah, that's it in the back side.
Okay, so when you say that's it, what do you mean?
That's one of the cameras I installed in the back.
And could you show us where in that one on here?
On the back side of the house over here.
All right, and it's facing this
and
direction.
It's facing that direction there.
And then same with State's Exhibit number 28. Do you recognize that?
Yeah, I remember that camera. So let me see.
Is it the same?
No, this is a different camera. Yeah. Is that? No, that's the same camera there.
This is just a closer.
Yeah, that's a closer version of
okay.
that camera.
Your Honor, may I publish these?
Mm-hmm.
So this was State's Exhibit number 27, and if you could, I believe that was the camera you said you installed.
Yes, sir.
All right, and then this would be a close-up of that camera.
Yeah, that's a close-up of it.
All right. And we can see that it's facing down the side of the house.
Down the side of the house.
Is that 28?
The second one I'm showing now is 20 acres. And those were put there at the instructions of
Lindell.
Lindell.
Yes, sir.
While you were, first of all, how long did it take you guys to put the cameras up?
Probably about an hour and some minutes.
All right, and during that hour period of time, did anything happen during that period?
You know, I mean, other than us just, you know, he kind of went in and calmed down a little bit.
He being Lindell?
Lindell did, yeah, he kind of went in and calmed down a little bit.
Okay. And did you ever see the person who got out of the car?
I got a chance to look at, I got a chance to glance, I got a chance to see who it was.
And did you see him again after that, after being on the porch and seeing him, did you see him again?
When I was on the porch,
No.
you talking about when I was on the front porch, or when Lindell was on the front porch?
You and Lindell were on the front porch
Right,
together.
Right,
You told us that you saw a car come by which had Lindell react.
right.
You saw that vehicle, you saw the person pull in, get out with the little girl, and then they stared at each other and mumbled.
Yeah, and then somehow, for some odd reason,
A-
okay,
After that,
right.
did you see that person that was in that car or truck again?
Yeah,
When did that happen?
kind of right there in the middle of the street.
When?
Somewhere in the process of us beginning to get our equipment to install these cameras.
All right. So now you're not with Lindell, you're getting ready to do your job,
Yeah.
and you see this person again.
Yeah, because
Tell-
I don't know if he's just trying to see what we're doing.
So what
You know,
happened?
I just kind of really ignored the whole situation at that point.
So nothing
You know,
happened?
Nothing happened that,
Lindell wasn't there, nothing happened?
No, he wasn't there at that one.
All right?
I mean, but I do, like I said, I can't, it's so long ago, I can't remember when, I remember they was growling at each other, some other stuff like that in the street or something like that, I don't know.
Well, let's talk about that, Mr. Sibley. You've said that they're riling about each other in the street.
Yeah.
What are you talking about?
Yeah, Lindell was sitting on the front porch, and I don't know if the gentleman was sitting there observing what we were doing or whatever the case may be, but, whatever had took place the night before still piqued somebody's interest in it. It still piqued their interest. Because like I said, they was fixing the windows and the doors at the same time that we were moving around. And they were pretty much finishing up. You know what I mean? And then Lindell's son pulled up.
All right. Mr. Sibley, do you recall testifying on a prior occasion?
Yeah.
All right. And do you recall at that prior occasion talking about the vehicle?
Yeah, sustained. Lay the proper foundation.
Mr. Sibley, you indicated when I asked about the vehicle, the type vehicle that this person was driving, you said you can't remember.
Yeah, I can't remember to this day.
Is there anything that I could show you that would refresh your recollection as to what the type
I
of
know it
vehicle
was a truck. I know it was a truck of some kind.
Yeah, wait, listen to the question, Mr. Sibley. Answer the question. Is there anything that Mr. Liprenzi could provide you that would refresh your memory?
Yes.
Okay.
If he has a picture of it.
Ask the question, Mr. Liprenzi.
Mr. Sibley, you just indicated something about a truck. What are you telling us?
Again, like I said, that was a long time ago. As far as the details of it, that's a long time ago. I just remember the individual and the child for the most part.
So why did you just say it was a truck?
Well, because I remember it was a bigger vehicle. I know it wasn't a car.
Okay. Mr. Sibley, do you recall Lindell saying anything to this man during the time period that you were at his house putting up the cameras?
I mean, I remember some light grumbling going on between the two.
When was this happening?
Me and Chandler was installing the back cameras. When we was installing the back camera, we kind of really heard something. And this was just before we was unloading the equipment. We was taking the equipment back to the back of the house. We was going to do the back camera first and work our way up. And, you know, we just heard some, you know, Linda was very agitated again, very agitated. You know, and I just heard some light grumbling. I didn't hear the exact words and nothing like that. But, again, I knew Linda was upset again. You know, I remember. I mean, it's just...
And you said you liked grumbling. Who was it like grumbling between?
I mean, you could just hear growling.
Mr. Sibley.
It was like a
Mr.
growler.
Sibley. Mr. Sibley. You said you heard some light grumbling.
Right.
The question is, the grumbling was between Mr. Lindell Lewis and who?
And his neighbor.
All right. The person that you saw driving.
The person that I saw driving up.
And did you hear then Mr. Lindell say anything derogatory toward that person?
Oh, yeah, he said it, but I mean,
I'm just asking you, did he say something derogatory?
Yes, he did.
And could you tell us what it is he said?
I mean, I can't really remember. I know it wasn't nice. He was upset. I know he wasn't nice. You know.
Was it, did he swear at it?
Yeah.
All right, so you finished that job, and you went and you ultimately ended up going to do your prison sentence.
Yes, sir.
During that period of time, you somehow learned while you were in prison, did you learn while you were in prison that Lindell's house had been, was on fire, or had caught on fire?
My first stop every morning was to the library, and I used to go read the Akron Beacon Journal. And in the process of reading the Akron Beacon Journal, that was the headlines on the newspaper. And I kind of had a panic attack. I froze up and I couldn't, you know, I was kind of really mad. I was upset at that.
All right.
Because,
well, so you saw the article. Did it have some photographs in it?
Yeah, I had a photograph of the house and the young lady in it.
And when you said the young lady in it?
Yeah, the young lady that pairs with him in a fire.
All right. And do you know who that was?
I had only met her once. I didn't know her personally.
Okay. Do you remember her name at all?
No, I can't remember her, not at this particular time.
So you're in prison. After you get out of prison, what then do you do?
I was in the halfway house, and the detective, me and the detective, we reached out, the detectives in the case, we reached out to each other in that case. And we talked about it, and we talked about, you know, we talked about it, and then time went by, and then, you know, the other incident happened.
Talking about the fire in 2017?
Yeah, 2017.
And then what did you do?
I strongly pursued it because it didn't make any sense to me.
And when you say you strongly pursued it, what do you mean?
Well, because I mean,
no, not why, when. What did you do?
I think I want to say I sat down with the detectives in the first case a little bit more, and we started talking about, you know, what it was that I knew about the case, or what I felt like I knew about the case.
So you told them about what you remembered from that other incident?
Yeah.
All right.
That was a rough, that was a rough 6-7 months.
All right.
After the incident happened. Being incarcerated and nothing that I could do about it.
Mr. Sibley, I'm going to show you a couple of pictures. First, I'm going to show you State's Exhibit number previously identified as State's Exhibit number 26. Do you recognize that at all?
Yes, I do.
And how do you recognize that?
I just, she used to come by and look after.
No, who is it?
I'm not sure what her name is.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So how do you know who it is then? Who she is?
Well, because she was always there for him. She used to always make sure that he was okay.
So if you don't know her name, who is she to you?
She would just be a friend, I guess.
To who?
To Linda.
Okay, so
Yeah.
this is Lindell's.
Linda's friend. Yeah, that's Linda's friend.
Okay.
Yeah, that's her.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit number 15. Do you recognize that?
Oh, yeah, that's my buddy.
And
That's Linda.
that's Lindell?
That's Linda.
Okay. Mr. Sibley, the individual that back in 2015 when you were putting up the cameras, the individual that you said was a neighbor of Lindell's, that they had some mumblings and that Lindell had reacted to. Do you see that person in court here today?
Yes, I do.
Could you please point him out and describe what he's wearing?
This gentleman sitting here with the striped shirt on, with the dreadlocks in his hair.
Your Honor, we'd ask that the record reflect that the witness has identified Mr. Ford.
The record will swear.
Thank you, Judge. I have nothing.
Foreman?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Good afternoon, sir.
Yes, sir.
My name is Joe Gorman. This is Scott Riley. Together we represent Mr. Ford.
Okay.
I'm going to have some questions for you, and much like the prosecutor, I want to make sure you understand the question before you answer it. Is that fair?
Yes, sir.
All right. If I ask a question that you don't understand, just kindly ask me to rephrase it or repeat it before you answer it. Is that fair?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You came into this courtroom about 16, 17 months ago or so and sat in that very chair before and were asked questions. You recall that?
Yes, sir.
All right. And the prosecutor asked you some questions and I asked you some questions. You remember that? Yes, sir?
I do. Yes, I do.
All right. You see that lady there with the blue mask on that's taking things down?
Yes, sir.
That's the court reporter.
Yes, sir.
She was here then too.
Okay.
And she recorded everything that you said from that witness stand last time, much like she's doing today, okay? Yes, sir?
Yes, sir.
I have a copy of the things that you said that day, okay, with me, provided to me by her. If at any point in time when I'm questioning you, I start talking about what you said back then, and you want to check yourself before answering to see if it helps refresh your memory as to what you said then, okay? If you ask me, I will provide you a copy with this. Is that fair?
That's not a problem.
All right, just let me know, okay? In 2017, this detective here, Troy Looney, met with you. Do you remember doing that?
Yes, sir.
All right, and I believe at the end of that conversation, Detective Tanisha Stewart, also a female detective, joined that conversation. Do you recall that?
Yeah, I kind of remember that a little
Okay.
bit.
Did you know that they were audio and video recording your statement while you were giving it?
I don't know. Probably they had to have my authorization to do so, right?
No.
Okay.
No, they didn't have to have your authorization.
Okay.
Where did that conversation take place, if you remember? Akron Police Department?
Akron Police Department, somewhere
Okay.
like that.
Okay, probably up in the Detective Bureau?
Probably in the detective bureau.
Okay. So you talked about your I'm not gonna get into much of it, but you talked about your past as it relates to your own record, correct?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, and you were honest about that, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you had some, I think you talked about some theft charges, correct?
Yes, sir.
And would you agree with me, sir, that those theft charges and those mistakes that you made were probably driven by your own drug addiction?
Probably 100%. Probably.
Okay, that's probably a fair statement, right?
Yeah.
You told the police in 2017, at least you had a goal back then, after you had gotten out of prison, you had a goal of maybe being a drug counselor,
Yes, sir.
okay? But certainly, and you've been forthright, you've acknowledged your own drug addiction over the years, correct?
Yes, sir.
Is that an ongoing thing for you, or is that habit kicked?
I'm okay. I'm okay with myself today.
Okay, good, good. When we were here last, you talked about, even though you were clean and sober at that time, 17 months ago, that you still had your ear to the streets. You remember using that term?
I mean, I don't recall
Okay.
using it, but
What does ear to the streets mean
well, I mean,
to you?
to me, I've nephews and nieces out here.
Okay,
You know what I mean? And I mean, that's what I know. I know that's what I know,
okay,
and I'm good with that.
okay,
I'm good with the people.
Sure.
I'm okay with that.
sure.
Not in a negative way. I'm okay with that.
I didn't suggest it was a
Okay,
negative
okay,
way.
yeah, I'm
But
okay with that.
you certainly, based on your past experience, can recognize people that are drug addicts, correct?
Not always.
Well, do you recall
Not
testifying?
always. Not always.
All right. Well, you knew that the two gentlemen that lived in the basement at,
Oh, of course.
yes, okay.
100%.
Well, let me finish the question,
Yeah.
if you don't mind.
Yeah.
You knew the two people that lived in the basement at Lindell Lewis's house prior to you going to prison. You knew they were drug addicts, correct?
I didn't know them personal. I didn't know them personally. I never met them personally because that section of the house was blocked off. So I didn't know. I knew some people lived in the basement. I didn't know who lived in the basement.
You knew they were drug addicts in the basement, didn't you?
Yeah, I knew that
How did you know that?
because, I mean, I knew a couple of people, like you said, that used to go in and out of the basement. I knew people that used to go in and out of that basement.
So how did you know the people that lived in that basement were drug addicts?
I didn't know that they lived in the basement. I know they used to frequent the house.
Well, you told us last time that they lived in the basement and they were drug addicts.
Well,
did
I
you
mean,
not?
listen, the one person that I identified don't live in the basement. I never met the gentleman that lived in the basement. The person that they used to come to the house to visit, the gentleman in the basement, she was a female and she used to come visit the gentleman in the basement.
How did you know that?
I mean, I just sitting on the front porch talking to Lindell a lot.
And you saw a lot of traffic going in and
I
out?
only saw one person go in and out of that basement.
You saw one
I
person?
saw one person. I saw a female person go in and out of that basement. And I knew her past, and I knew of her.
Sir, I'm gonna hand you what I believe to be the transcript of your testimony on page 40 from last time. I want you to take a look at it. Is that fair?
It might just be my husband.
Apologize, Judge. You can start on line 3 and go down. Actually, you can read the whole page.
Okay, so what are you asking me? So what are you asking me with that? I answered everything you just asked me in that.
Well, I'll ask you again, sir. Did
Yes,
you
sir.
not tell this detective in 2017 that the people that were down in that
But I'm listen, but I'm not telling you nothing. But I'm not telling you nothing that you didn't already know.
Mr. Sibley. Terrance, Sibley, look at me. Sir, I'm speaking to you. When there's an objection, you will not answer. Everything he said after the objection is stricken from the record. The jury is ordered to disregard whatever Mr. Sibley was just saying is non-responsive and come to sidebar. Okay, the objection's overruled to the extent that, Mr. Gorman, you may proceed as to what we discussed at sidebar.
Yes, Your Honor.
And Mr. Sibley, sorry. But I understand, and everyone's emotions are high in this case, but when I tell you to stop, you need to stop until I rule. All right? Okay. Go ahead, Mr. Gorman.
Mr. Sibley, back 17 months ago, you were asked by me were you pursuing the possibility of becoming a drug counselor when you talked to the police? And you said, yes, sir, am I right?
Yes, sir.
I further asked you, so you had an interest in that, correct? And you said, yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
I then asked you, can you recognize addiction, correct? And you said, yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
I said, you told the police in May of 2017 that the people that were hanging out at Lindell Lewis's house were drug addicts, correct? And you answered yes, did you not?
I probably did.
Well, do you want to see it again?
No, I don't need to see it again. I probably did say that.
And I said, you know that based on your experience having prior been one. And you said, yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
I asked you, did you actually witness them do the drugs? And you said, I've seen, you know, one thing about myself, I don't stray far from, even though I clean myself up. You know what I mean? My ears are still close to the street, and I still see what I see, and I know what I know. Do you recall that?
Probably.
Would you like to see it?
No, I don't need to see it again.
So the answer is yes, you said it.
Yes, sir. We should ask the question you want to ask.
Hold on a second. Don't talk until you're asked the question. If there's anything to clear up, Mr. Lopez, you'll clear it up for you after Mr. Gorman's finished.
I asked, or you were asked by the prosecutor then, and did Lindell ever have other people at the house? And you said, yeah, he had people there. He had a gentleman, I never met him, but I knew he lived in the basement. You recall that?
I just said that.
But then the gentleman in the basement would have other frequent visitors that came a lot, you know. You remember that?
We just had this conversation.
I'm just asking you to answer.
But we just
the question.
had this conversation.
Sir, did you say it or didn't
We just had this conversation.
Mr. Sibley.
Didn't we just have this conversation?
Mr. Sibley, look at me. Mr. Sibley, answer the question.
I'm answering the question,
No,
yes, yes.
They would come out and sit on the porch, or they would just come in, you know, in and out, and go in the basement and visit the gentleman who lived in the basement. You recall that, sir?
Yes, I do.
And then I asked, or the prosecutor asked, and the people who were there that were visiting the gentleman in the basement, would you describe those people? And your answer was, you know, they was street people. A lot of them was street people. A lot of them used drugs. You know, they need a place to come hang out and stuff like that. You know. You recall that, sir?
Yes, I do remember that. It's a joke.
You told the police about a woman that was going frequently into that basement. You remember telling the police that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And you said she was walking the streets on the west side. You recall telling them that?
Yes, sir.
What does that mean?
She's walking up and down the streets every day. Doing it to this day.
What is she doing walking the streets?
I don't know. I'm not holding hands with her, sir. I don't know what she's doing.
Well,
I have no idea.
well, 17 months ago.
I have no idea.
Mr. Sibley, wait for the question.
17 months ago when you sat in that chair under oath, did you not tell us that she was walking the streets asking people for money?
Yeah, people frequently give her money all the time. Lindell used to give her money.
So you do know what she's doing on the street?
Yeah, but I'm not holding hands with her. I don't know what she's doing. I haven't seen her do anything. I just see her out there every day.
I'm going to talk to you, sir, about not who in the past was your supplier of drugs, but when you purchase drugs and you have an addiction, you have a drug dealer that would sell you the drugs. Is that fair?
Yes, sir.
Anybody who has an addiction on the street has to get their drugs from a source, correct?
Yes, sir.
It would be fair to call that source, those sources, drug dealers, correct?
Of course.
Drug dealers are not in the business, are they, sir, of giving people drugs for free. They sell them to them, don't they?
Of course.
In fact, that goes back to your situation because you got, unfortunately, addicted to those drugs. You needed to do things in order to get money to get those drugs, correct?
Of course.
Drug dealers sometimes will front people drugs and they'll owe them money, correct?
Yes.
In other words, the addict sometimes, if they have a relationship with a drug dealer, they can try and get the drug dealer to give them some up front and then they'll owe them some money, correct?
Yes, sir.
Drug dealers don't take very kindly to not getting repaid. Is that fair?
Probably not.
Can I have a moment, Your Honor?
You may.
Sir, I appreciate you answering my questions this afternoon. At this point in time, I don't have any further. Thank you.
Mr. Sibley, I want you to bear with me for a minute.
Yeah.
I want you to listen very carefully to my questions. Answer only the question I ask. Understood?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Sibley, is it fair to say that you are very angry today?
Yes, sir.
You're acting angry.
Yes.
You have a nephew that played football at Woodin recently, is that fair?
Yes.
He was recently murdered.
Not, that's the cousin.
Your cousin,
The
his cousin.
My nephew, the father of the one that plays at Liberty University. He was gunned down.
He was just killed
He was
recently.
killed.
And your daughter was just shot 3 times.
She was shot 3 times the very next morning.
So you got a lot going on in your life right now.
Yes, sir.
And is it fair to say that you cared a lot for Mr. Lindell?
Yes, sir.
Or Lindell Lewis?
Yes, I did.
I have nothing further, Judge.
You may step down, Mr. Sibley. Put your mask back on and you can exit through that door. Thank you.
Judge, can we come quickly aside?
Yes, quickly. Oh, sorry. Call your next witness
We're going
and,
to call dispatcher Brian Cresswell.
thank you. The next four are law enforcement, so you're permitted to photograph. Thank you. I'm sorry. Disregard number 1. No audio, no videos. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Go ahead and have a seat. If you'll keep your voice up and speak into the microphone so we can hear your testimony.
So you can take your mask off. Thank you.
Oh, yes, sorry. That's enough.
Can you please introduce yourself to the jury by stating your first name and spelling your last name for the record, please?
My name's Brian Cresswell Jr. Last name's Cresswell.
Mr. Cresswell, can you tell the jury where it is that you're employed?
I was employed with the City of Akron as a 911 dispatcher.
Okay. Are you currently employed with them?
No,
Okay. And where are you currently employed?
I'm employed with the Regional Emergency Dispatch Center, which is also in Stark County.
Okay. How long were you employed with the Akron Police Department as a dispatcher?
Since 2014,
And you worked from 2014 to what date for the Akron Police Department?
June 21st of 2021,
All right. And now you work with another dispatch center located where?
Stark County.
Okay. And what do your duties entail as a dispatcher?
Taking calls for service from the public and dispatching police and fire services.
And can you briefly describe the process of how you take a 911 call at the dispatch center?
We answer the phone, ascertain the location and nature of the call, put that information into the computer and ship it to dispatch so that they can send the appropriate response.
Okay, so you're a call taker, and then you get the call, and then you send it to a dispatcher.
Correct.
Fair? Okay. All right, Mr. Cresswell, I'd like to draw your attention to April 18th of 2016. Do you recall that date?
Yes,
Were you working in your capacity as a dispatcher for the Akron Police Department on that date?
yes,
And did you have a chance to, did you have an opportunity to receive some 911 calls regarding a fire located at 719 Fultz Avenue?
yes.
Okay, and is that located in what city, county, and state, sir?
Akron, Summit County, Ohio.
Do you recall what time you received the call off the top of your head?
It was in the early hours of the morning.
Okay. How many calls did you specifically receive, Mr. Cresswell?
I believe I took 2.
The callers who called 911, can you just describe their demeanor for the jury?
They were obviously stressed out about it. You could hear the excitement and panic in their voice, which indicates to us that the incident is real and occurring and the severity of it.
Based on what, without telling us what they said to you, but based on what they said to you, were they relaying an event that was occurring or it just occurred?
Yes, in progress.
And are your calls recorded?
Yes,
Were these calls recorded?
yes,
Are they recorded in the regular course of the business activity of the Akron Police Department?
yes,
Is it the regular course of the Akron Police Department to record 911 calls like this?
yes.
Okay. All right, I'll play for you the first 911 call that's going to be marked as State's Exhibit number 29.
Conversation recorded on April 18, 2016 at 3:39 on Channel 8.
Please.
Dispatcher Cresswell, that first voice you just heard, it was a female voice, but then this first voice that says Akron Police, do you recognize that voice?
Yes.
Whose voice is that?
Mine.
Okay.
I have a fire on Fultz Avenue. Next to Alice Allotment Project.
How?
What's the address?
It's poison, man. It's poison. Tell me your
What's
course.
the address?
It's 725. It's next door. I can feel a heat. The lights are going out. He's burning quick, man. If somebody's in there, they're dead, man.
Okay,
Get
bro.
up here real quick.
Throw it.
Dispatcher Cresswell, is that your voice again?
Yes.
And you said Akron Police? Okay.
Yes, there's a house on fire off East Avenue.
Okay, throw away.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Now, Dispatcher Cresswell, in that 911 call, you didn't get a lot of information from the caller. Can you tell the jury why?
Typically when there's an incident like this, we're overloaded with 911 calls. So we had already had a lot of pertinent information at that point. Other call takers in the room taking the same calls. We're trying to free up those lines and get them off the phone as quick as possible.
So you can take other calls.
Yes.
Akron Police.
Oh, I got a fire going on 4th Avenue, 4 in calls. I think there's people in the house.
Okay, throw away.
Oh my God.
Okay. Dispatcher Cresswell, I'm going to play to you another series of calls that's going to be marked as State's Exhibit number 30.
Conversation recorded on April 18, 2016 at 3:42 on Channel 8. Are you calling your fire truck on foot?
Yeah, throw away.
Okay.
Okay, Judge, I don't have any other questions for Dispatcher Cresswell.
No question?
No questions, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Cresswell, you may step down. Do you, is Ferguson here?
Yes.
Why don't we do that one? 5 minutes witness.
Can we approach while he's getting witness?
Sure. I'll put the form out. The form, yes or no?
She's a yes.
Okay. You're fine, David, thank you. All right, oh, I'm sorry. Would you please raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Go ahead. Well, I'd say go ahead and have a seat, but you already said. So make sure you speak up into the microphone, keep your voice up so we can hear your testimony.
Ma'am, good afternoon. Can you please state your full name, spell your last name for the record, please?
It's Michelle Ann Ferguson, Ferguson.
And can you tell the jury where you're employed?
City of Akron, Dispatch Center, 911.
And what do you do for them?
I answer phone calls. I'm a dispatcher and a call taker.
How long have you been a dispatcher and a call taker for the City of Akron Police Department?
Almost 8 years.
Okay. And what do your duties entail as a 911 dispatcher?
Answering the phone, helping the citizens, sometimes just asking questions. Then I dispatch, get the calls out, either police, fire, or EMS.
Okay. And I'd like to draw your attention to April 18th of 2016. Do you recall that time frame or that date?
Yes.
Were you working in your capacity as a dispatcher for 911 for the Akron Police Department?
Yes, I was.
And did you take some 911 calls in regards to a fire that was occurring on Fultz Avenue?
Yes.
Okay. And when you received those calls, can you tell the jury about the demeanor of the callers?
Everybody's upset and frantic, you know.
House is on fire, right?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. And were they relaying to you an event that was occurring or had recently occurred?
Yes.
Okay. The call that you took, was it recorded?
Yes.
Kept in the regular course of the business activity of the Akron Police Department?
Yes.
Is it the regular practice of the Akron Police Department to keep calls such as this?
Yes.
Record them as they come in?
Yes.
Okay. I'm gonna play for you the call at this time.
What's it marked?
This is gonna be marked State's Exhibit number 31.
Conversation recorded on April 18, 2016 at 3:39 on Channel 6.
Akron 911, what's the location of your emergency? There's a house on fire up here on 4th Street. What address? Do you know the address or the cross street? I think it's 712. I'm not sure. It's Hillcrest and 4th Street. And I don't think so. Are you in Barberton or are you in Akron? Akron. Oh man. I heard it. Akron, 1571 and a half East Avenue. The house is right at the back of it. Oh man, it's going. They're just getting all the fire department right now.
Well, I am the fire department, so I'm just giving you the.
Oh man.
Okay.
Oh, this thing is, I heard a lot bang. And I looked out and here's this house is going.
Okay. It looks like it's Fultz right behind you. It's Fultz right behind you, the road.
Yes. Okay, I'm looking at it right now.
Okay, that's where it's at on Fultz. Okay, do you know if anybody's in the house or if it's,
Oh yeah, the house is full of people.
Okay, all right. We got
One guy just ran out.
Okay, all right.
One guy's gonna get a wheelchair over there.
Okay, all right, sir. We'll get them over there right over to them, okay? They're on their way already. Okay, what's your name? What's your name?
Okay, Judge, I don't have any other questions.
Norman?
On behalf of the defense, no questions, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Ferguson, thank you. You're excused. Okay, yeah, you go, Ms. Miguel, thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's 2:25. We have a couple witnesses left for the day, so we're going to go ahead and take our afternoon break. I'll remind you of the admonition, but before I do, I want to explain a couple things. Mr. LaCruzzi's questions of Mr. Sibley regarding what is going on in his life has absolutely no bearing and is irrelevant to any of the testimony about what happened in April of 2016 and his knowledge. The purpose of those questions were to give you insight into his demeanor here today. You use that for whatever reason you use it for in judging his credibility, okay? And so with that, I'll remind you, don't talk about the case amongst yourselves, don't talk about it with anyone else, don't let anyone else talk about it in your presence. If they do, report it to me or Mr. Masich immediately, and then if you'll be back in the jury room at 20 minutes to 3, we'll proceed with the following testimony of additional witnesses.
All rise, please. We don't have space on the chairs.
I forgot that part. All right, we're adjourned. So if you guys can just, if your next two are here, get their information regarding the media before we adjourn. Thank you.
You said 20 till?
Yeah, so 15. solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Go ahead and have a seat. And then, once you're seated, you can remove your mask, and if you keep your voice up and speak into the microphone, please. Thank you.
Sir, can you please state your full name, spell your last name for the record, please?
Officer Joseph Woodin, Woodin.
Officer Woodin, can you tell the jury where you're employed?
At the Akron Police Department.
What do you do for the Akron Police Department?
At this moment, I'm a traffic officer.
How long are you a police officer?
I am.
How long have you been a police officer?
7 years.
All with the Akron Police Department?
Yes, sir.
Are you a duly appointed peace officer in the state of Ohio?
Yes.
And you said you're assigned to the traffic division of the
Yeah.
Akron Police Department?
Yes.
Have you been assigned to other divisions?
Yes.
What other divisions have you been assigned to?
Just basic patrol.
Okay. Officer Woodin, I'd like to draw your attention to April 18th of 2016. Do you recall that date?
I do.
Were you working in your capacity as a police officer for the Akron Police Department on that date?
Yes, I was.
And were you working with a partner? Were you working with someone?
Yeah, I was working with Officer Aber.
Okay. And on that date, were you wearing a uniform, much like the one you have on, and driving a marked police cruiser?
Yes.
Okay. Officer Woodin, did you have a chance to respond to a fire call on Fultz Avenue in the city of Akron on that date?
Yes.
Okay. And can you tell the jury what the address was that you were responding to?
Well, that was 719 Fultz.
And that's located in what city, county, and state?
City of Akron, County of Summit, and State of Ohio.
I'd like to draw your attention to the map. I believe that's next to you. It's marked for identification purposes. And State's Exhibit number 12. You recognize this map?
Yes.
Tell the jury what this shows.
This shows a street coming off east, which is Fultz, and it shows the incident location of the fire that night.
Officer Woodin, when you responded to that scene, can you tell the jury what it was that you saw when you got to that location?
When we pulled up, AFD was already setting up hoses and all that, and the front of the house was completely engulfed in flames.
Can you tell the jury what the first thing you did after you got out of your police cruiser?
Once we saw AFD was already on scene, we started a neighborhood canvass to see if anyone saw anything.
Okay. And did you speak with anyone?
I did.
And who was the first person you spoke with?
Thomas Hughley.
All right. On the document camera next to you, I'm placing a photograph on the document camera. It's marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit number 24. Officer Woodin, do you recognize that photograph?
Yes.
And can you tell the jury who that is?
Mr. Hughley.
Okay. Where was Mr. Hughley when you spoke with him?
He walked over to us as we were walking up to the house.
Okay. And as he walked up to you, can you please describe for the jury what his demeanor was?
Mr. Hughley was very frantic, and he was telling us that there's still people stuck inside the house.
Okay. He was talking to you about the fire that was occurring?
Yes.
And he said what to you?
There were still people trapped inside the house.
Did he know who they were?
Yes.
And did he tell you who they were?
I don't recall.
Okay. At that time, in 2016, Officer Woodin, were you wearing what you would call a body camera at that time?
No.
Okay. And tell the jury, what is a body camera?
It's just a BWC, so it's anytime we make citizen contact, so anyone that's on a call for service or we make a traffic stop, we have to activate that to pretty much document our contact with citizens.
When did the Akron Police Department get those body cameras?
I don't recall. It's been
Okay.
a little while.
Has it been, was it after this fire in 2016?
Yes.
Okay, so you did not have one in 2016?
No.
All right. So he was upset about the fire and he told you there were people still inside?
Yes.
After you spoke with Mr. Hughley, Officer Woodin, can you tell the jury what you did next?
We just started knocking on houses. I knocked on 704, 705, and 706, 734 Fultz. Got answers, but no one saw anything of value. I knocked on 1370 and 1374 Hillcrest and got no answer at the door.
Okay, so you see there on State's Exhibit number 12, 1370 Hillcrest is at the corner of Hillcrest and Fultz. Is Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. You said you knocked on that door?
Yes.
And what door did you knock on? Do you remember which side?
I don't recall.
And no one answered?
No answer.
You also knocked on 1374 Hillcrest?
Correct.
Okay. Did anyone answer the door at that time?
No.
Can you describe the daylight? Was it daylight at that time? Was it still dark? What was it like?
It was dark.
Okay. Was the neighborhood lit up though?
Yes.
Why?
With all the fire engines, they normally put like bright spotlights on the house as they work. So there were spotlights lighting up the whole neighborhood and lights from cruisers and also ambulances and fire units.
Could you smell anything?
Yes.
What could you smell?
You could smell just like the burning of, I don't know, I wouldn't say wood, but you could just smell the fire in the air.
Was it, describe the intensity of that smell?
I don't really know how to describe it.
Okay. Was it, could you barely smell it? Could you smell it? Was it really strong?
Oh, it was strong.
Okay. Was this a quiet fire scene or was it loud?
It was loud due to the engines of all the vehicles there on scene running.
After you knocked on those doors, including 1370 and 1374 Hillcrest, what did you do next?
I knocked on 714 Fultz Ave.
Okay. And were you able to figure out who lived there?
Yes.
And who lived there?
Chester Williams.
Chester Williams. Showing you a photograph on that document camera next to you, marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit number 25. Do you recognize that individual?
I do not.
Okay. So if someone previously had identified this as Chester Williams, you wouldn't have any reason to disagree with that, would you?
Correct.
Okay. Now, Officer Woodin, you knocked on that house at 714 Fultz without telling us what he said. Did you speak with Mr. Williams?
Yes.
Okay. Did you notice anything on his house?
I did notice a camera on the front of his house.
Okay. Did you notice cameras elsewhere on his house?
I just remember cameras on his house.
Okay. Officer Woodin, I'm showing you 5 documents that are marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibits 1 through 5. Can you please take a minute to look through these? Let me know when you're finished. Are you finished?
Yes.
Okay. We're going to go over these photographs individually, but do you recognize these photographs generally?
I don't recall at that time.
Okay. Well, do you recognize the address on the house?
Yes.
And what's the address?
714.
714 Fultz?
Yes.
Street sign here, it says what?
Fultz Street.
And what location?
Hillcrest Street.
All right. Say it again. I was specifically directing your attention to State's Exhibit 1. Fair?
Yes.
And are these photographs fair and accurate depictions of 714 Fultz as you saw them?
Objection.
On April 18th of 2016?
Sustained. Sustained.
Okay. So you don't recognize these photographs?
I don't.
Okay.
Sorry.
After you noticed the cameras, what did you do?
While speaking with Mr. Williams, he said we could look at the cameras if we needed to.
Okay. What did you do with that information?
I passed it along to the detectives that were on scene investigating the case.
Okay. Judge, I don't have any other questions. Oh, hold on one second. I'm sorry. Officer Woodin, you indicated that you spoke with Thomas Hugley.
Yes.
Okay, and he was upset about what was happening there at the fire.
Could you rephrase that?
Mr. Hugley, you indicated, was upset because of what he saw there at the fire. That's what you previously testified to.
Yes.
Okay. And what did he tell you about his conversation with the people inside of the house?
Overruled, you may answer.
He was just stating he went around back and he was telling them to jump from the second floor window.
Okay. I don't have any other questions, Judge.
Thank you. Mr. Riley?
Judge, we don't have any witnesses for this officer, or any questions for this officer. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Officer Wood, you may step down.
Thank you.
Call your next witness.
We're going to call Officer Aber to the stand.
Raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Go ahead and have a seat. Once you're seated, you may remove your mask, and then if you'll keep your voice up and speak into the microphone, please.
Sir, can you please state your full name, spell your last name for the record, please?
Thomas Aber, A-B-E-R,
And where are you employed?
Akron Police Department.
Sir, could you just move the document camera, you can move it towards the wall there?
Okay, yeah, it's on the screen. Yep,
Push.
the other way. Yeah, all right.
Thank you. Thank you. You work with the Akron Police Department, what do you do for them?
Currently, I'm a detective at Major Crimes, Midnights.
And how long, to your police officer?
Yes,
How long have you been a police officer?
7 years.
And all with the Akron Police Department?
Yes,
How long have you been a detective?
8 months.
Prior to becoming a detective, what did you do?
I worked uniform patrol.
And Officer Aber, have you been assigned to any other divisions of the Akron Police Department?
No,
I'd like to draw your attention to April 18th of 2016. Do you recall that date?
I do.
And were you working in your capacity as a police officer for the Akron Police Department on that date?
Yes.
Were you working with anyone?
Officer Woodin.
And were you wearing a uniform, much like you have on?
Yes.
Driving a marked police cruiser?
Yes.
Officer Aber, can you tell the jury, did you have a chance to respond to a fire on Fultz Avenue in the city of Akron on that date?
Yes, I did.
And when you arrived there at that scene on Fultz Avenue, tell the jury what you saw.
We pulled up and the house was fully engulfed, and we observed the fire department starting to put water on the house.
Okay. I'm going to direct your attention to that map there. Marked as State's Exhibit number 12. Do you see that map?
I do.
Okay. Is that roughly the neighborhood that you responded to?
Yes.
When you arrived on scene and you saw the house was on fire, can you tell the jury what you did?
At that point, I pulled the car next to Fultz and East Avenue to block the traffic, and I observed a male who was moving his vehicle, and I helped him maneuver his vehicle around the fire trucks.
Do you know that male's name?
Nicholas Costa?
Did he tell you where he lived?
Yes, he lived at 725 Fultz.
And can you please point to the jury, you can get up if you need to, and just point to the jury where 725 Fultz is located. Officer Aber, I'm going to show you Officer Aber, I'm going to show you a series of documents that are marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibits 17, 18, and 19. Can you please take a minute to look at those and let me know when you're finished? Okay. Recognize these photographs, sir?
I do.
Okay. State's Exhibit number 17, just generally tell the jury what this is.
It's a picture of a male, Nicholas Costa.
Who lives on Fultz Avenue.
He lives on Fultz Avenue.
Right. You pointed to a house in this direction. If I told you this was 725 Fultz, would you have a reason to disagree with that?
No.
Okay. So this is where he lived there.
Okay.
Fair? Okay. State's Exhibit number 18 and 19, these photographs, briefly describe what they show.
Looks like a male in a driveway.
Okay. Does the male in these photographs have hair?
Doesn't look like he does.
I'm sorry, what are those numbers?
Judge, can we approach real quick?
Yeah, can you tell me what those numbers are, please?
17, 18, and 19.
I have other numbers.
Yeah, no, I messed up. I'm sorry.
Hold on.
Don't you have one?
Yeah.
32, 33, and 34.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Scott. Officer Aber, I'm showing you on the document camera there that you turned behind you. A photograph that's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit number 32. This is the photograph of the man that you spoke with,
Yes.
Nicholas Costa.
Yes.
Okay. State's Exhibit number 33, I'm putting on the document camera here. You see this photograph here?
Yes.
This is State's Exhibit number 33. This is the bald individual that you referred to?
Yes.
Okay. Who lived at 725 Fultz?
Correct.
Okay. And then also State's Exhibit number 34. Do you see that individual in that photograph too?
I do.
And is this him there that I'm pointing to?
Yes.
Did you speak with Mr. Costa?
I did.
And when you spoke with him, can you please describe his demeanor to the jury?
He was frantic and upset.
Okay. And was he describing to you an event that had just recently occurred?
Yes.
The fire?
Yes.
Tell the jury what he said.
He said that he was laying in his bed and he saw a bright flash and heard an explosion, and he looked outside and saw the neighbor's house front porch on fire.
What did he do then?
He ran outside the house.
And did what?
Moved his vehicle.
And then that's when you came along?
Correct.
Okay. Judge, I don't have any other questions.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, officer.
Good afternoon.
Is it Aber or Aber?
Aber.
Aber, I apologize. And it's detective now, correct?
Yes.
Back in 2016, it was patrol officer, correct?
Correct.
And you're dressed today like a patrol officer would, correct?
Yes.
Where Detective Looney looks more detectively, so to speak, correct?
Correct.
And when you work now, you don't, not required to wear the dress or the working blue uniform, is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. But on that day, you had something similar on. Is that also fair?
Yes.
All right. Let me introduce myself. I apologize. I'm Joe Gorman. This is Scott Riley, and together we represent Mr. Ford. So I have a few questions for you, and I would ask you to ask me to rephrase or repeat those questions if you don't understand, okay?
Okay.
I have a copy of your action taken that you completed back in 2016. Did you only complete one report as it relates to this case?
Yes.
Okay. And we'll talk more about an action taken in a moment, but you had an opportunity, I'm assuming, to review your action taken in preparation for your testimony today. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. And if you need to look at it at any point in time before answering any of my questions, let me know and I'll provide it to you. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. So you've gone through the police academy.
Yes.
Yes. And every officer that's certified in the state of Ohio has to do that. Is that fair?
Yes.
How long is the police academy for you? How long was it?
Around 8 months.
Okay. So it's an extensive training to become a police officer. Would you agree?
Yes.
It also doesn't stop there. Once you become a police officer, police officers have on-the-job training as well, correct?
Yes.
Continued training, am I right?
Yes.
And then to become a detective, is there additional training?
Yes.
Okay, what does that consist of in general?
Core criminal classes, getting certifications.
Okay. And that's more, a patrol officer like you were in 2016 is someone who initially responds to a scene for the most part, am I right?
Yes.
In a major crime, and you said you're in the major crime unit now, a major crime, a patrol officer might be first on scene, but then the detectives would be called in. Is that fair?
Yes.
When we talk about the detectives, we talk about detectives such as yourself in the major crime unit, right?
Yes.
That handle the robberies, the rapes, the murders, the aggravated burglaries, things of that nature. Is that fair?
Yes.
All right. And then there are other detectives that come that are part of the Akron Police Department, kind of like we see on CSI, but we call it the crime scene unit, correct?
Yes.
And they come in a big truck, usually at a major crime scene, am I right?
Yes.
And they are taught in how to collect forensic evidence at a crime scene. Is that fair?
Yes.
And those detectives might take things, in the appropriate cases, they might take things like fingerprints from scenes, correct?
Yes.
They might try and collect swabs for DNA analysis, correct?
Yes.
Things of that nature. They do those types of things. They might collect ballistics, or correct?
Yes.
Guns, correct?
Yes.
Bullets, case shells, things like that. They might collect those things, preserve them, and they're taught to do those in a way that preserves, to the best of their ability, the evidentiary value of those items. Is that fair?
Yes.
And they work along with you as a major crime scene detective. They work along with you and kind of take direction from you as the crime scene detective, what is and what is not important to be looking at, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So this case happened over 5 years ago now. Do you agree with me?
Yes.
Okay. One of the things that you're taught in police academy training is how to memorialize or document the things that you do as a police officer as it relates to whatever part of the investigation you have. Is that fair?
Yes.
And as a patrol officer, although you may not be in charge of the scene, anything you do, for instance, the going door to door to the houses and trying to get statements from people, that would be something that you would document in a report. Is that fair?
Yes.
Now we have incident reports, which are pretty the most basic of a police report. I arrived at scene. These are the potential witnesses, and this might be a very short summary of what the alleged crime is. Is that fair?
Yes.
And then there is something called an action taken. Is that fair?
Yes.
Now that's a little more of a detailed report in which you lay out the steps you took in the approximate times you took them while you were on scene. Is that fair?
Yes.
And then we have something called a report of investigation. And that is what normally the detectives that are in the major crime unit put together about what they do and what other people have done during the course of the entire investigation. Is that fair?
Yes.
And that would be very detailed in a major crime scene. Is that fair?
Yes.
The action taken is also supposed to be as detailed as you can make it. Is that fair?
Yes.
And the importance of doing that, whether it's an action taken or a report of investigation, would be to memorialize exactly what took place at the crime scene when the police arrived. Fair?
Yes.
What they did during the course of their investigation. Fair?
Yes.
What witnesses they actually talked to. Fair?
Yes.
At least a summary in that action taken or report of investigation of what those witnesses told the police on scene. Is that fair?
Yes.
And that's important because you may find yourself sitting on a witness stand like you are right now, over 5 years later, having to tell these folks on this jury what it is you did, correct?
Yes.
And the prosecutor asked you to tell him what it is that Mr. Costa said, correct?
Yes.
You obviously want to get that right, am I right?
Yes.
And I would imagine for most Akron police officers that between April of 2016 and August of 2021, you may as an officer be involved in hundreds of crime scenes, correct?
Yes.
And you certainly don't want to confuse one crime scene with another crime scene when you're testifying from that stand, correct?
Correct.
One of the ways we try and avoid that happening is, you would agree that wouldn't be fair to either side, correct?
Correct.
And it certainly wouldn't be fair to this jury who would be getting information that wasn't accurate. Is that fair?
Yes.
One of the ways that we make sure that doesn't happen is, as a police officer, you're taught to go back and review the report that you put together close in time to when you did it, correct?
Yes.
And that's what you did properly in this case, fair?
Yes.
As it relates to a report of investigation, you are now in the process, the last 8 months anyway, of putting those types of reports together. Is that fair?
Yes.
You would agree the report of investigation is even more detailed than an action taken. Is that fair?
Yes.
And a report of investigation sometimes not only includes what happens on the crime scene, but it should, if the investigation is ongoing, it should document every time a detective continues that investigation in the following days, weeks, months, or even years. Is that fair?
Yes.
So that an attorney such as myself or a prosecutor such as Mr. LaPrenzi can later on look at that report of investigation and understand what led detectives or officers to do certain things, correct?
Yes.
And we also may learn things that the officers did not do by looking at that report of investigation. Fair?
That's fair.
Because if they did them and had any significance whatsoever to the case, we would find it in the report of investigation, would we not?
Yes.
That's what you're trained to do. Fair?
Yes.
You went to 730 Fultz Avenue, correct?
Yes.
Okay, do you want to look at your report?
If you don't
Sure,
mind.
sure. May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Officer, I want you to take the time to read that report. It's 1 page in length, correct?
Correct.
Single space, correct?
Correct.
I don't want you to read the report out loud. I want you to read the report, and then I'll ask you a few questions about it, but I'm kind of concentrating on 730 Fultz, okay?
Okay.
Okay, and you can refer to it anytime you want. The only thing I would ask you to do, if I ask you a question, and I don't have many more anyway, by the way, but if I ask you a question and you're actually getting your answer from the action taken rather than your memory, I just would ask that you indicate that for the record. Is that fair?
That's fair.
Okay. And before I get there, Detective, before I get there, when the prosecutor had asked you where 725 volts was, and you said somewhere down in here, you recall that?
I do.
You certainly, I don't want to assume or speak for you, but you certainly weren't trying to intentionally mislead this jury, correct?
Correct.
It's been 5 years, correct?
Correct.
You may not have been back to that street before, correct?
Correct.
Which kind of emphasizes the need for the reports of investigation to be fair and accurate. Am I correct?
Yes.
Okay. Once again, don't want to make you feel like I think you intentionally did that. I didn't, okay? Do you recall where 730 volts was, sir?
I do not.
Okay. I'm gonna mimic the prosecutor. If I told you that 730 volts was here, would that make sense to you?
It would.
Okay. Do I have that right, Scott? Sir, do you recall going to 730 volts that night and attempting to talk to whoever was inside?
I do.
All right. Do you recall, sir, that that house was pink at the time?
I don't recall that, no.
Okay. Do you recall, sir, that that house had a video camera on its outside?
I do not recall that, no.
Okay. You talked to somebody in that house, is that fair?
Yes.
And who did you talk to, sir?
And we're going to read it off from here. Brandon McGruder.
Okay. And once, for the record, you didn't have an independent recollection of the gentleman's name. You relied on your report of your action taken, I should say, to get that information, correct?
Yes.
But because you did that close in time, you're confident that that's the person that was actually in that house that you spoke to, correct?
Yes.
All right, fair enough. Did you, sir, know when you talked to him how many people were in that house at the time, in his house at 730 volts, while he came to the door to speak to you?
No.
So if there were other people in the house, you wouldn't have known that? Fair?
I don't recall.
Okay. Did he come to his front door, if you recall?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. Thank you, officer. Detective, congratulations on the promotion. I don't have any further questions for you at this time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Foreman. Mr. D'Angelo, redirect.
Detective Aber, Mr. Gorman asked you about your conversation, not specifics, but asked you about your encounter with Brandon McGruder at 730 volts. You remember that?
Yes.
Cross-examination, line of questioning and cross-examination. If he had seemed out of breath, would you have noted that in your report?
I believe so, yes.
If he had smelled like charcoal lighter fluid, would you have noted that in your report?
Yes.
If he had smelled like smoke, would you have noted that in your report?
Yes.
I don't have any other questions, Judge.
Nothing, Your Honor.
All right, Detective, you may step down. If you'll replace your mask and you can exit through that door. Thank you very much. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, it's a little earlier than I would have liked, but that's it for the day. That's all they have subpoenaed or summoned to appear for testimony. Remember, tomorrow is going to be our half day. We're going to start at 9. We'll be done by 12 or 12:30. I do have a calendar that Mr. Mason just printed off for you to take. I just want to explain a couple things. We have a couple scheduling things we're trying to work around. So instead of doing a half a day next Wednesday, that would be the 8th. Monday, of course, is a holiday, so we're not here. You're going to get a 4-day weekend. So Tuesday, the 7th, we're not coming in. And then Wednesday, the 8th, instead of a half day, we're going to go a whole day, but we're not, I have to say that, but we're not starting until 9:45. So I'm going to ask that you be here about, 9:35, 9:40, and we'll start promptly as soon as everyone's here. That'll be 9:45 on Wednesday and Thursday of next week, which is the 8th and the 9th. And then Friday we'll be back to 9 a.m. to 4:30. And then the following week, Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, we're gonna go full days. And that's because there's a potential that the state then could be done with their case in chief, is what we call it, by that Wednesday afternoon. We're then gonna take Thursday the 16th off, and then if there's any testimony that the defense wishes to present, they'll either do that Wednesday afternoon or Friday, and then we may be done with the evidence portion by then. But the 16th is also designed to accommodate some people's schedule, as well as give the court and counsel the opportunity to work on what are going to be some lengthy jury instructions and a lot of things that we need to work out. So we're going to be working even though we won't be in court. So Ken will have a copy of that you can pick up on your way out. I will remind you of the admonition I've given you at all breaks and at the end of the day. First of all, leave your notes upside down on your chair. We'll collect them. Do not discuss the case amongst yourselves or with anyone else. This includes your family and friends and the media. You must not post or read anything about this case on the internet or any other electronic device, including your cell phone. Any such discussion, if discovered, could result in a mistrial and would severely compromise the party's right to a fair trial. Do not permit anyone to discuss it with you or in your presence, and do not form or express an opinion on this case until it has finally been submitted to you. So we will see you tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. and we will proceed at that time. We're adjourned.